Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, April 9th, 2024 regular business meeting of the Olympia City Council. For the record, we have a quorum and all council members will eventually be present. Councilmember Gilman will be joining us by Zoom later this evening. So with that, I need a motion to approve this evening's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have an agenda. Okay, so first item on our agenda this evening is agenda item 2A, which is special recognition honoring outgoing members of our advisory boards, committees, and commissions. And I'd like to invite up our staff presenter for this item, which is Kelly Purse-Brasseth, our Strategic Communications Director, who is making her way to the podium.
Thank you, Mayor Payne, council members. For the record, my name is Kelly Purse-Brasseth. I'm Strategic Communications Director. And my other role in this job is I have the honor of working with the 12 council-appointed committees that the council appoints and who provide you advice and feedback on an array of issues. We have this evening, we will be saying goodbye to about 22 of those members who have served the council. And we wanted to make a little bit of a deal about it at this meeting and say our farewells. So I know some of them are here, and I'm going to send it to the mayor.
Thank you so much, Kelly. So last year we launched a program to more officially recognize the members of our council-appointed boards, committees, and commissions who are stepping away from their volunteer service to the city after completing their appointed terms, as you just heard from Kelly. And right now, more than 95 community members across 12 advisory boards are engaging with city staff on city priorities and providing council with their perspectives and insights on the issues that are shaping the future of our city. This is a highly engaged community, and some of our most profound and impactful engagement is happening on our boards, commissions, and committees. And tonight, as you just heard, we're honoring 22 community members who have completed their appointed terms and have departed their respective advisory committees. They have been invited to join us tonight, and though not all of them are able to join us this evening, I want to make sure that their names are spoken in recognition of their service. So as I call your name, if you are in the room, please feel free to stand up and be recognized. Beginning first with our Arts Commission with Rose Cliffhorn. Arts Commission Commissioner Joe Batt. From the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Rebecca Brown. From the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Bethany Roth. From our Cultural Access Board, Chris Tucker. From our Design Review Board, Joseph Laval. From our Design Review Board, Quentin Phillips. From our Heritage Commission, Jessica Hull. From the Heritage Commission, Sharon Lumbin-Taubing. I practiced that. I promise I did. My apologies. From our Heritage Commission, Kenneth House. From our Heritage Commission, Holly Davies. And from our Olympia Metropolitan Parks District Advisory Committee, Kelly Wood. From our Parks, Recreation, and Arts Committee, Kyle Guzlas, also known as PRAC. From PRAC as well, Kim Murillo. Also from PRAC, Tiffany Sandy. From our Planning Commission, Michael Burnham. From our Planning Commission, Candy Millar. And also, thank you, Kelly. And also from our Planning Commission, Carol Richmond. From the Social Justice and Equity Commission, Jessica Ray Nunez. From the Social Justice and Equity Commission, Wesley Nguyen. From the Utility Advisory Committee, Pat Vernon. And both from our Use Force Board, Garrett Cooper and Anna Held. Please give them a round of applause for their service to the city. Thank you so much. And so before I open it up to my council mates for comments, I want to make note of the fact that there are 3 members whose long service deserves a special call out and recognition, each having served their respective committees for more than a decade. And so I will be presenting them eventually with a mayor's coin in recognition of their service. Beginning with Carol Richmond, who served 11 years on the Planning Commission, Holly Davies, who served on the Heritage Commission for 15 years, and Joseph Laval, who served for 13 years on the Design Review Board. So please give them a round of applause for their extensive service. Thank you very much. Now, any comments from the dais? Councilmember Madrone.
I just want to thank everybody who has served on our advisory committees, and anybody, we've got quite a crowd here tonight. If you've ever thought about applying to serve on our advisory committees, a lot of the policy making that happens here in City Hall is driven by community members who feel a really strong connection to Olympia and want to help shape the work that we do. So thanks to everybody who served, and that opportunity is out there for those who haven't.
Councilmember Parsley.
I just have a simple thank you. Governments like ours at the community level are run by community members. Best way to do that is through the advisory committees, and so just thank you.
Councilmember Vanderpool.
I would also just like to thank the members of the advisory committees and the Planning Commission. I mean, I was on a advisory committee before I was on council, and it was the best way for me to channel my frustrations on certain things in a way that was productive. And so, if you feel frustrated by something and you want to get some stuff done, I would apply, really apply.
All right. Any other comments? Well, if for those advisory committee members that are in the room, we would like to invite you up to take a photo with council. Thank you very much. So we will move on to our next agenda item, which is item 2B, which is a proclamation recognizing Earth Month, which will be read by Councilmember Parsley.
Whereas Earth Day was created 54 years ago, recognizing the importance for everyone to participate in preserving our natural resources. And on that first Earth Day, 20 million Americans rallied for a healthy, sustainable environment. And whereas the global community now faces extraordinary challenges such as global health issues, food and water shortages, and economic struggles, and whereas all life forms on Earth have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment, and whereas Jay Inslee, the governor of Washington State, has proclaimed the month of April to be Earth Month in Washington State in recognition of the urgency of listing all people to protect and sustain life on the planet, and whereas each year the city of Olympia also declares April as Earth Month and urges others to do the same. And whereas the Procession of the Species, which was created in 1995 to commemorate the 25th anniversary of Earth Day and to support congressional renewal of the Endangered Species Act, inspired thousands of young and old to deepen their understanding and appreciation and protection of the natural world. And whereas all of us, as caretakers of our planet, have an obligation to change human behavior that contribute to climate change and environmental degradation to preserve the Earth's beauty as well as its resources. And whereas community members, schools, environmental organizations, and businesses have raised over 100 Earth flags to unite those during the entire month working in interest of the planet and to build an intergenerational action through local activism, global environmental consciousness. And now, therefore, it be resolved that Olympia City Council does proclaim April as Earth Month, signed in the city of Olympia, Washington, this 9th day of April, 2024, Olympia City Council, Dante Payne, Mayor.
And now at this time, I'd like to recognize a few folks that are here in the room, beginning with Anthony Brock, who is the principal of Marshall Middle School. I see you back there. Good to see you. Tom Condon, who is also from Marshall Middle School's Citizen Science Institute. He is their instructor. And at this time, I'd like to invite up Marshall Middle School student representatives from the Citizen Science Institute for a presentation, beginning with Lucy Bukima, Siri Bizwas, and Olivia Tuttle.
Hello, thank you so much for having us here today. I'm Siri.
I'm Lucy. And I'm Olivia.
And we're all students of the Citizen Science Institute at Thurgood Marshall Middle School. We would like to say thank you to our partners, Oli Ecosystems, the City of Olympia, Bob Barnes, our principal, Anthony Brock, our teachers, Matthew Philippi and Thomas Condon, and our CSI parent community, and all of the CSI students past, future, present.
All right. So the center of our restoration projects is Green Cove Creek. It's in West Olympia, and it drains into Eld Inlet. It is a really important part of our whole West Olympia ecosystem. It's where the salmon are. It's part of Grass Lake. It's where our school is. It's very vital habitat, and it's pretty much undisturbed aside from neighborhoods and stuff.
One of CSI's restoration projects is the restoration of the Cooper Crest Creek clear cut. This is a 23-acre of land that was clear cut in the summer of 2022. Before then, it was a healthy and fully functional ecosystem, and I remember when I was in 6th grade, we would go down there to learn about ecosystems and biodiversity, and it was a really powerful tool for learning and being able to see our ecosystem. However, after it was completely logged in 2022, CSI has been working to restore it to somewhat of its previous glory. So we've planted 20,000 trees and native shrubs in the span of a year, and we've returned to mulch those trees to help ensure their survival. Oh, my bad. Another project of ours is Grass Lake Nature Reserve. This is the headwaters of Green Cove Creek, and it's one of our long-term projects. We return there every year. We've worked a lot here by removing invasive species and replacing them with native trees and shrubs. We've planted over 1,000 plants in this 19-acre area.
One of the most important ways we've contributed to a lot of the nonprofits and community work that we participate in is our nursery and garden. And this is something we just regularly participate in at school, and we really take pride in this work. We have over 30 different types of plants all of which are native, and we plant these all around the city in our restoration sites and give them to nonprofits so that they can do that work as well.
Another one of our projects is the TMMS Redwood Forest Project, which is down below our lower soccer field. It was a hill covered in invasive species, and we pulled those all out, we mulched the area, and then we planted it with native plants from our garden. There are over 1,000 plants planted down on that lower hill, and it is 1.6 acres of land. The water that runs off of our school will drain down that hill and into Grass Lake through our new redwood forest.
Well, as we said, we're from the CSI program, and some of our goals are providing a different learning experience for students, and I think we're very appreciative of that. We've gotten to be out in nature a lot more than we would have been. We get to participate in things like this, which isn't very common for most students, I don't think. So it's a really great experience, and it's just, I think it's good for young people to be able to do this. Another one of our goals is to be able to educate the public, and like by doing this, pretty sure this is on live TV, so people are gonna see this and they're gonna see these things, and maybe they'll be motivated to do the same. I mean, I hope so. The more people we can get to do this, the better. And also, we are doing restoration work, so we're improving habitats and ecosystems for the animals, for people. We're giving people chances to be out in nature more, and that always helps.
Here are a few pictures of CSI in action. This is at the West Bay Woods, I think. And then here's more restoration at Grass Lake. And our work at TMS property through the garden and the redwoods. Thank you so much for having us here. Thank you so much for listening. Any questions?
Thank you very much. So if you'll just stay put for a moment, we have some questions and comments from council, beginning with Councilmember Parsley.
Every time I get worried about the future, the youth come in and show me, you guys have got it. My question is for you, in a program like this, is this something that's a 1 year, or do you get into it and you're there the whole time you're in school, at your school?
Most people get in 6th grade and stay until 8th grade, although some people only get in 7th or 8th grade, but it's best to do it all 3 years, and all three of us have done it all 3 years.
And one last question, what's your favorite part? All of it? Planting trees?
I personally really like being able to go out and actually be a part of something and help to do something. Like, I love being able to plant trees and know that I'm doing what I can, and yeah.
Yeah, same. I agree. It's great to feel like you're actually doing something productive instead of just sitting there wishing you could, which you can. You always can.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments from the dais? Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for helping get us some more clean air. Like, that is really cool. I was talking to Bob Barnes about the work that you're doing and how he's connected to a whole bunch of it, and he just couldn't stop talking about how proud he was of all of you, and that shows with you and the hard work that you're doing in our community. And thank you for doing it, and keep it up. And I love that you're trying to inspire others into it as well. That's what we all need. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen, followed by City Manager Bernie.
Hey folks, thanks so much for that presentation. I don't know if you practiced that, but you just gave it so flawlessly. And I don't know if who was more excited, you all or the council, to hear from you tonight. There was just smiles all around. So I have a question and then just some gratitude. Is there anything you need from us? Is there any way we can support with this effort? Negotiating.
I guess, like, it's just nice to know we have your support in this, and just whatever opportunities we can get, we want to take them, so.
There's always room for people to help out when it comes to restoration work and trying to better the health of our ecosystems and our watershed. There's always more trees to be planted, more trees to have, more areas to work on. There's always more people can do, but we appreciate your support in having us here today.
Oh, it's a very diplomatic answer and kind of sort of a seed for if you need something later, so I respect that. As you were saying with that, there's always more to do and always more people needed, and I have council member partially whispering, hey, is there a time when council or community members can come out and join? So.
Well, if you're looking for a time that you want to help out, I know Ecosystems, for example, does work parties. Mm-hmm. I've been to several of them, and anybody can come, anyone can help, and it's always really great. It's fun, you get to talk, you get to work, you get to help.
Sometimes they even have hot chocolate.
Always a bonus.
Thank you. Yeah, I heard, or they need hot chocolate, maybe hot chocolate donations. Okay, so if folks in the audience, on the council here, or viewing this at home want to get involved, it sounds like reaching out to Oli Ecosystems, right? Just a short Google search is the way to get involved. Other than that, I just want to say thank you so much for being here tonight. This is really special. I know there's quite a few of us looking forward to your presentation, so hopefully it was time well spent for you. And then also I just wanted to give a thank you to Councilmember Cooper. I understand that this group of students is here in part because of you, so what a great example of like bringing more community to experience the chamber, right? So thank you.
City Manager Bernie.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't normally comment except for tonight. So my youngest son went through CSI, and I just want to say to Matthew Philippi and Tom Condon, I'm going to try not to get emotional because they're not just great teachers. They are amazing human beings. And the generations of kids whose lives they're touching as they come through this program, they're changing trajectories of kids' lives. And so I just want to give them a shout out because this program is something that they have worked really hard to start. It's their vision, it's a dream, and it's continuing to grow. And I just keep watching more and more kids come through it. And I just want to give a shout out to Matthew and Tom because, again, they are just amazing human beings for the work that they're doing.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Any other comments from the dais? Well, I'll just close this out by extending my gratitude to all of you, to Marshall Middle School, to the Citizen Science Institute, and clearly for all of you, you know, Earth Month is every month, and it's an honor to have you here. And as Councilmember Parsley said, it gives me hope about our future. And so I just thank you for your engagement, for your hard work on restoring the habitats in our community. And I hope that you inspire others to join you very soon. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
And, yep. And at this time, I'd like to invite all of you up, those of all the students that are here and your families, if you would like to take a photo with the council and our staff. And school staff as well.
Thank you so much. Yes, of course. Oh, beautiful. Yes. That's pretty cool. You put that in your classroom. You can get in there?
Okay, I may be able to stay in the room. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wonderful. This is remarkable. Hey, Danny, how are you? Oh, good to see you.
Oh, do you want your notes?
There you go.
Oh, they're so excited. Thank you so much.
Give me a hug. It's good to see you. Thanks for helping us out.
Thank you so much. Yeah, do it again. Good job.
Okay, so that concludes our agenda items that are under. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, City Manager. So at this time, I'd like to invite up Dave Satterberg, who also has a presentation for us this evening. So thank you for that reminder, City Manager Bernie. Good to see you, Dave.
That was fantastic and heartwarming and puts faith in me. And the proclamation was over the top. I mean, we've myself and a group of people 9 years ago decided that we wanted to change Earth Day to Earth Month in Olympia, and so we've been putting up flags for 9 years now. And we've gotten a proclamation every year, and we really appreciate that. And this proclamation was, you guys really reworked it and made a huge improvement. And I don't know if most of them are gone now, but we're going to give them an Earth flag. If anybody's here still from Marshall. Bob. Calling Bob. Oh, anyways. Is he up?
Bob.
Somebody will go get him.
We'd like to invite you up to the podium.
We go through a lot of these every year. So it was about 9 years ago, my daughter and I, when she was a little bit younger than junior high, were driving around, and the Seahawks were, I think, second time in the Super Bowl, and there was flags with the number 12 all over. And she said, "Dad, why are there flags with the number 12 all over?" And so I explained to her, we're not a big sports family. We got to talking about flags. United States flag, Washington State flag, Pride flag. Finally got to the Earth flag, and she said, "Why aren't there very many Earth flags around?" I said, "Well, Earth Day is just one day, and there's a lot of things going on in the world." And then the conversation continued, and we decided that we were going to cancel Earth Day and make it Earth Month in Olympia, and the rest that's what's done. So is Bob here? Oh, right here, Bob. There you go. Wow. Hang up at the school there, or whatever you want to do.
That is fantastic.
Yeah. And a couple T-shirts. There's a small and large if somebody wants them.
Beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah. Let's see here. So I had a few things I say. A lot of it's redundant. Like I said, the proclamation was incredible. I mentioned that through the years we've seen several Washington State cities, organizations, businesses, schools join in and collaborate and utilize and promote the idea of Earth Month. We're certainly not the first. If you can Google it, you can find it around the world and across the country. Schools, businesses are jumping on that idea, taking it to the 21st century that one day is not enough. And we created our first flyer we created was a groundhog, because it was a little ironic that the groundhog gets a day, and the Earth only gets one day. So, but I can move on here. So it's a couple of the business, or a few of the businesses: Alaska Airlines, Eddie Bauer, Microsoft. And no, we didn't think of the idea. We're just helping to promote it locally and statewide. Both Seattle University and University of Washington. City of Tukwila, Issaquah, and Bainbridge Island both do Earth Month. And in both Tacoma and Seattle parks also do Earth Month. Ironically, the list does not yet include Olympia parks. And so I'm like to put forth a special invitation to work with Olympia Parks and Arts and Recreation to join in and update their 1970 Earth Day app to Earth Month, and join the rest of our state in promoting that one day is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave. And I am sure that is because we are busy doing that work all year long. Well, thank you, Dave. And I just want to hold and lift up Dave for a moment, because he is an incredible community member that just does so much to bring our community together for different celebrations, things like Black History Month, Juneteenth, Bonadori, the second anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. He put a wonderful display together for that. So can we just please just give Dave a round of applause for everything that he does for this community. Thank you so much, Dave. Any questions or comments from the dais? All right. So with that, now that concludes our agenda items under special recognition this evening, and we'll move on to public comment. So before we get started with that, I just want to remind everyone who's here this evening to speak under public comment to please keep your comments respectful. And please, I understand that, we have some agenda items this evening that are very contentious, that people feel very strongly about one way or the other. But in order to get through the business meeting with some sense of civility and respect for each other as community members, I ask that you please maintain your decorum this evening. So before we begin, I'd like to remind you that you will have 2 minutes for your comments. There is a clock to my right, your left, that will signify how much time you have, beginning with your green light, which is indicating that your time has begun. The yellow light signifying that you have about 30 seconds left in your comment, and the red light indicating that your time is up. If you have not finished your comments within the 2 minutes of comments, you may email your comments to us. I also want to mention that if we don't get through all of the list of public commenters, we have a pretty extensive list this evening. If we don't get through it within the first 30 minutes, we will move on to the rest of the agenda for this evening and finish our business. And at that time, then we will continue with public comment for the remainder of those who are signed up this evening. I also ask you to please hold your applause if you are inclined to do so. If you hear something that you are very enthusiastically in support of, I understand that, but I ask that you please hold your applause so that we can keep public comment moving along this evening. And so with that, I will turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, everyone. So I'll go ahead and just call a couple of names so that you know that you're in queue to come up to the podium, speak into the mic, and share your comments with us. So first, we have Kurt Bidwell, followed by Brandon Raftery, followed by Tyrone Moore.
Good evening. My name is Kurt Bidwell. I've been privileged to provide housing in Olympia since about 2004. I do have deep concerns over the proposed housing issues. We obviously need more homes, hundreds, thousands of more homes, but disincentivizing and punishing housing providers will never produce the homes that we ultimately need to balance out rent costs. Targeted vouchers have proven to be a good thing on a need-based response. Is a far more effective and efficient prospect than changing the entire landscape of housing. Limited rent increases often incur penalties that will cause numerous unintended results. We've already seen thousands, literally thousands of housing providers flee Seattle when similar policies were enacted, and Olympia will certainly suffer a similar fate. Resources to improve and maintain existing housing will not be available, resulting in deferred maintenance, rundown properties. That obviously lowers property values, less property tax revenue, which is needed to run necessary obligations. Rent increases are not arbitrary. Last year, I was faced with an 85% property tax increase in 1 year. Insurance went up about 78%, and the city of Olympia set out notice of their new increases, including storm and surface water and wastewater at 6.5% and so forth. Those costs alone added $117 a month to my tenant base, not including the other costs for maintenance, repair, increased materials, and labor costs. So I would ask you to vote for policy that do not hinder production, but policies that encourage and incentivize additional housing, not fewer, not less. Thank you.
Next, we have Brandon Raftery.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brandon Raftery, also a housing provider here in Olympia. Been in Olympia now for 14 years after work recruited me down here. Nothing to do with housing on there. I currently have 23 rental units, including 11 in Olympia. Still nowhere near a 1%er. I consider myself more middle class, maybe upper middle class now. I'm an owner-operator, so, I'm a landlord, I'm a plumber, I'm a cleaner, I'm a painter, I do trim, I do electrical, I fix toilets, I do all sorts of things. Similar to what Curtis said, my fiveplex here in Olympia, I think in 2021, I got 100% tax increase that year when rents and everything were frozen too. There's a lot, it feels like, on the government end that doesn't take any account for us smaller landlords. It really feels like we're being pushed out. It seems like you guys are going towards more, you want large apartment buildings, you want these like large corporations to come in and just take over providing housing for people. I don't really quite understand that, but that's the way it feels from my side. Things like a 6-month rental notice, I'm almost out of time here, just makes it very tough. The relocation assistance is being asked with a smaller number of rental units, like that's a huge portion of the income coming off of those properties. $10 late fee when if you're late on a mortgage, you have to pay 10%, and other fees too. I know rented a cabin at a state park recently, and they required $15 per day per animal. So a lot of those expenses are very real and realized on the government end. That, anyways, that's my time. But thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Tyron Moore, and then followed by, I think it's either Darcy or Nancy McGargui, and then Crystal Beeler.
Thanks so much for having this discussion tonight. My name is Tyron Moore. I represent UFCW, United Food and Commercial Workers, Local 367. We represent 8,000 grocery and retail workers across the South Puget Sound, 600 of whom live here in Olympia. And we are encouraging you to pass the full and unamended package of tenant protections tonight. We're at the forefront of the campaign in Tacoma, where we have over 2,000 members, to pass the Tenant Bill of Rights there. And we did that because so many of our members, union grocery workers struggling to make it, can't make it anymore. Some of them are living in their cars, sleeping on coworkers' couches, struggling to come into work every day and maintain a job in an increasingly unaffordable environment. And so for us, negotiating to get Kroger to pay a decent living wage is one half of the fight, but we also need affordable housing and a decent place so people can work where they live. So we really encourage you to, do the right thing tonight. Obviously, housing is a hugely complicated issue, but our union took a great deal of care in helping to craft the Tenant Bill of Rights in Tacoma, which I understand a lot of helped inspire some of the policy considerations here. And we don't agree that that will have or has in Seattle and other cities a major impact on housing supply or is the main factor that's pushed small landlords out. It's true all across the country, it is harder and harder to be a small landlord. But that's mainly because of private finance capital that has been moving into cities like ours, like here in Olympia and Tacoma, and creating a more and more difficult environment. It's a complicated issue, but it shouldn't be the lowest income folks in our communities that have to bear the burden of that problem. We need a lot more solutions. This is not a solution all by itself, but it's a first step to make sure that the folks who are struggling most to survive in our cities, in our region, aren't left holding the bag. So please pass the strongest possible policies tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Darcy McGardaghy, and I am here representing the VFW on Martin Way. We are a community based within ourselves, and I'm actually the auxiliary treasurer, and I also am the chairman for several large events that we have, and the disturbances that we're having with the Patterson Street Unity Commons is just overwhelming. We are constantly having people doing things that are just unacceptable. Even though we have private property signs everywhere, we will watch them walk right out of the building, come over to our property and urinate. Why? I thought we were promised to have oversight of these buildings, and we don't see oversight. I sat and watched drug deal after drug deal right out the kitchen window. I've recorded them. I have got pictures. We told the cops, it's in his left pocket. The cops came over and just told the guy to leave. So they could have arrested somebody who was sitting there making drug deals. And we don't know the solution, but there is a problem and we want that addressed. I don't know if we need to have a forum maybe at the center, the neighborhood, because I know many people in the neighborhood are also having the same problems with the thefts, the homelessness, the wandering around. We pulled up one day and they're laying right in front of the door. One day we had some lady come inside the main door and undress. It's like, okay, this is not part of what our job is. We're not there to clean up after people who don't want to take care of their own self. I thought that's what they were doing at the Unity, was helping them to be better and to have some kind of oversight.
Thank you, Darcy. I just want to briefly mention that for folks that it might be your first time public commenting, and so and we have a lot of different topics it looks like that people want to address with us. So there will be an opportunity at the end of public comment, so I hope you do stay for that, where council doesn't have an opportunity to share our remarks to what you're saying, so to respond. So we're listening. And I think sometimes it's strange to people that we just kind of roll through it, but so please do stay for that. Okay, so next we have Crystal Beeler, followed by Izzy Baldo.
Hi, my name is Crystal Beeler. I am the commander at the VFW Post 318. I've been there as the commander for the last 2 years. Once again, just as what Darcy was saying, we have had a number of issues with the homeless. And I understand that every time we call the cops, sometimes we get them out right away. They come out, they, kind of get them off our property. We've asked for them to be trespassed. We had a lady that sat in her vehicle on our private property, tried to get it towed. They can't tow it because the woman was in her vehicle. She had a needle in her arm for 2 hours. 2 hours that this woman sat in her car, passed out, and all we were asked was, is she still breathing? We should not have to determine if she's still breathing. We called 911, and that is all that was asked of us. Is she still breathing? 2 hours later, the police from Olympia came down and told her she needed to leave. But there was no ambulance that came, nothing. So what are we supposed to do? I know my insurance will not cover that kind of stuff. So that would shut down what we have going for our veterans, our closed community, because some of our veterans don't feel comfortable out in the city. Because we all deal with inside traumas that nobody knows, we don't know what it is everybody goes through. So for us to have this private community for our veterans and their family members, and they don't feel safe anymore. They won't park on the side of our building. I have plenty of pictures. I will email them. It took one guy, he sat on the sidewalk for 7 days before the police finally moved him. Another guy, 14 days. It took 14 days for the people across the street. Yeah, I have plenty more if you guys need to.
Thank you, and I understand the city manager is going to come retrieve that for you. Thank you. All right, so Izzy Baldo, followed by Sid Locke.
Hi. Yes, as I said, you said it, my name is Izzy Baldo, and for the last 20 years serving the community of Olympia as a registered nurse, so I meet a lot of people, talk to a lot of people, and the main concerns that I'm seeing more and more is housing instability. I really hope that you are willing to be brave and hit all the points on the Tenants' Bill of Rights, tenants' protections. We can't wait for the feds and we can't wait for the state. I'm feeling more and more like this does have to come from local up. And I feel like if we can get, enough cities addressing this, then we can get stronger enforcements from the state. This did not start with Olympia. This is systemic issues that were addressed earlier tonight. But we do need to kind of take more bold action because I cannot handle talking to one more patient about how they're going to deal with their housing instability, their couch surfing, having the grandkids move in when they're already sick, and just seeing how that escalates all the other problems that they have. So please be bold on that tonight and vote for tenants' rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Sid Locke, followed by Carolyn Byerly.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. For the record, my name is Sid Locke. I'm an Olympia resident. I'm involved with Olympia for All. It just so happens I'm a candidate for the State Senate seat in Legislative District 22. I urge you to pass strong tenant protections and rent stabilization. This would be a modest first step. Watering it down is unacceptable. I'm committed to gathering signatures to get the Olympia for All initiative on the ballot if necessary. Middle-income households are paying 20 to 25% of their income for housing. Yet low-wage workers are paying 40%, 50%, or even more of their income just to keep a roof over their heads. Low-income people would be ecstatic if they only paid 20 to 25% of their income to housing, like some of their middle-class neighbors. And people on fixed incomes, people who rely on Social Security or SSI disability income, they have it even worse. Often those payments aren't enough to pay the rent at all. So this is a very regressive housing system that punishes people for being low income. The people who can afford it the least are paying the highest percentage of their incomes just for basic housing. Housing should be a human right, not an expensive commodity that many people just can't afford. We need vastly increase social housing, because the private market alone cannot solve the housing crisis. Also, I wish you'd speak up as elected officials against war and militarism, because with your titles, you have a little more social influence than most of us. This is related to housing because the U.S. government spends billions every year that should be spent here at home on things like housing. Our tax dollars have resulted in the deaths of countless people across the world, and the U.S. government has destroyed far more homes across the globe than we've built. So please pass tenant protections, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Carolyn Byerly, followed by Shannon Fernsler.
Good evening, and thank you very much for taking comments from us. I'm Carolyn Byerly. I'm a resident in the city of Olympia. And I urge the council members to adopt the proposed ordinance, which would better ensure fair rental practices within the city, and to adopt it without amendment. Rising rents is a national problem that's been worsening in the last few years, and in fact, the New York Times had a front page article, or front section article this week about renters protesting and asking for rent control and rent measures to protect them in New York City. But it's a national problem. According to our local data, rents in the community have increased 88% since 2015, nearly half of that in the last 4 years. I think it's a crisis, and other of my colleagues have spoken to this, but I think we have to take it to heart. At the hearing on the issue 2 weeks ago, we heard from some of our local citizens who've experienced the problem as renters, and I think you're going to hear from more tonight. I personally know a young woman with a young child struggling. She finally was able to get enough money together to move out of our mutual friend's basement and rent an apartment, and within a few months, her rent was raised. She works a gig economy type job, and she's unsure of her future. I'm concerned about her and other people like her, and by the way, many of these are single parents we're talking about. So let me add that small landlords, some of them you've heard tonight from, are typically not the problem, and our colleague from Tacoma emphasized that too. It's usually the larger corporate landlords that put on the ridiculous fees and extra amounts. So again, I urge you to adopt the measure as written, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. Shannon Fernsler, followed by Gordon White.
Thank you for your time. My name is Shannon Fernsler. I've been a renter in the Olympia area for 15 years. My current residence has seen a 50% increase in rent in the last 6 years. That is an average of 8% every year. I'm also here to endorse the tenant and a Bill of Rights. I'm a state employee and I have a limited income. If this was passed, I would have a better quality of life. I've heard some people say that amendments, this should be passed without amendment. I'm not entirely behind that. I think that corporations whose ownership is not based in the United States should pay more in taxes, and I think that that amendment I would support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Calling Gordon White, followed by Dave Toller.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the proposed text amendment for allowing drive-thrus on Plum Street. This proposal seems to cut across your commitment to healthy, safe housing, walkable city streetscape, and commitment to reduce carbon emissions. It undermines many comprehensive plans, goals, and policies. I oppose the proposed text amendment because the risk that drive-thrus create to pedestrians and cyclists, the risk to people who might live above or near a drive-thru from a vehicle exhaust, the inequity it creates for low-income people living nearby who do not have vehicles and must walk into a more dangerous section of sidewalks bordering a drive-thru. This last concern can be seen immediately just a half block east of Plum, at Pear Blossom Place, for instance. A supported housing project in the city's former Smith building, a great project the city took on. This investment will be undermined by having people that do not have vehicles, they have to use the sidewalks, but the sidewalks are going to be encumbered by drive-through crisscrossing that sidewalk to get in and out. This proposal creates an inequity for our most at-risk citizens. Interestingly, none of these issues are identified in the environmental checklist as important considerations. None of them. Instead, specific impacts are deferred to a future environmental checklist. When a specific drive-through mixed-use development is proposed, but please consider that the mixed-use developments are currently exempt from environmental review in the downtown business district, which includes the west side of Plum Street. In addition, the legislature has recently exempted mixed-use developments from environmental review in urban areas generally. This means in the future, there likely would not be environmental review for drive-through mixed-use developments for both sides of Plum. While the city has a robust conditional use review process that may capture important impacts from such development, only environmental review fills the gaps for impacts I noted above. This means the city will not be able to evaluate important risks to citizens posed by drive-thrus. Thank you.
Thank you. We've Dave Toller, followed by Karen Messmer.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for taking input. I'm Dave Toller, Campaign Coordinator for Olympia for All. We are a coalition of 14 community organizations that represent over 20,000 of your constituents. And we see a crisis, we see a real problem in housing. Most of us are not tenants, but we're people who care in the community about what's happening in this community. We need intervention from the city government. With rents up 40% in 3 years, 90% in the last 8 years. How much longer can we keep going the way we're going? I mean, we hear if we build more houses, then the rent will fall. Well, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because they're demanding that you let them continue to raise rents 13% a year. Pretty soon, nobody's going to be able to afford a house. We already have half of Olympia renters now facing housing instability, which means they're one step away from being homeless. And we all know how much homelessness has grown in this community. This is the cause. And I am really glad that some of you council members have put some work together to get this package together to start to change a really, really broken business model. We've got to change what's going on. If we don't, we're just going to have more homeless and a tougher community. We love our community. We want you there for us. And I really hope that every one of you are going to back this package tonight. If not, we're ready to start the signature process, and we will pass something more comprehensive than what you're looking at tonight. I don't have any doubt. People are angry. People want this to stop. It's just unsustainable. So again, thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you, Dave. We have Karen Messmer, followed by Kent Markley.
Good evening. My name is Karen Messmer. I'm a resident of Olympia. I'm here about the drive-through text amendment on your agenda. The area around Plum Street and East Side Street has changed. It's quite a checkerboard of different types of zoning. The city should revisit the planning in this area to address the changes and future needs. This is not really just a text amendment. It will change the character of the area in a way that is out of step with the overall direction the city is going with walkability and sustainability. Drive-through businesses create a traffic nightmare with lines spilling out onto the street, even with entries limited to side streets. While the staff report says there will be specific provisions to help with pedestrian safety, none of these will prevent the distracted driver hitting the person walking or cycling. Signs and paint won't fix this. I'm especially concerned about the equity analysis in the staff report, which simply ignores the impact on anyone other than property owners. Designing an area for drive-through businesses creates an inequity for those who do not drive by creating dangerous conditions for people simply walking or cycling on public streets. The climate analysis mentions that residents can walk to downtown, but ignores that those same residents have to navigate the dangerous entries for drive-through waiting lines when they walk out their door. Housing is happening in downtown, and it can happen without drive-throughs below it. The drive-through model is not the only solution for people who cannot get out of their cars or are busy parents. There are many examples of businesses that provide curbside or parking lot delivery to your car. This text amendment proposal should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Kent Markley, followed by Fiona Sheehan.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of the slew of renter protections that we have on the agenda tonight. Having read through them, I think that they're a really great start. I think that they're very reasonable, and I think you should do that. It's great. I'm also here to vocalize a little bit of disappointment, not too much, and not in y'all, to be clear. I was here for the public comment on this same set of renter protections a couple weeks ago, and despite the fact that these are eminently really reasonable things to do for tenants, we still had a pretty substantial number of property owners who came in and said, this is too much. These regulations will be the ones that push us out. And again, I want to respect every business owner, every person. Everybody's got a point of view. But I, for example, remember one individual talking about how much the late fees were going to get them. And gee, I haven't heard somebody so worried about late fees since Blockbuster closed down. Again, I want to respect everybody's point of view here, but I really encourage you when you're looking at these protections for renters to look at what's actually on the page. Is it reasonable to limit late fees to $10? Yes. Is it reasonable to limit other fees? Is it reasonable to expand the renter registry? Is it reasonable to demand that if somebody is going to raise their rent 7% in a year, that you assist with moving out if a tenant isn't able to afford that? The answer to these questions are yes. I'm not the type of person that one would typically think of when one thinks of a tenant that is in distress about their housing. I'm a state worker. I've got a pension, not a 401k, a pension. And I have a hard time paying rent. This is something that's out of control, especially for a state capital where there are an awful lot of state workers. Whoopsie, 443, go. And as such, I really hope that this is merely the start of an extensive increase in regulation toward housing on these issues. I think this is a great start, but please have courage, pass this, and then pass some more. Meet up with me. We'll do more.
Thank you. Fiona Sheehan, followed by Isaac Wagner.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for hearing our comments tonight. I'm speaking in favor of passing the full and unamended package of tenant protections under consideration tonight. I'm a renter in Olympia and a semi-recent transplant from Seattle, but so far I love this city and all the common sense policies it has adopted to ensure that everyone who lives here can have access to the places and services that they need access to. I like where I'm living right now, but the circumstances that brought me to this rental get at the heart of some of the policies that are under consideration tonight. Last year, my landlords pulled the rug out from under me and the other two tenants who had been renting with them for 6 years and told us that they wanted us to move so that they could give their unit to their son who had decided to take a job here. Due to increasing rent prices, my 2 other roommates were in a serious predicament as they were in career paths that didn't make a lot of money and they struggled to find low-income housing. I at least have my degree, which can help me with job mobility, although, I'm the same as a lot of people here, city worker, but my 2 roommates do not have that kind of flexibility to keep up with the rising costs of rent. I unfortunately know far too many people here who have seen the rising costs of rent and are neither in jobs nor career paths that allow them to keep up. Please consider passage of policies that would support housing justice for renters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Isaac, I think it's Wagner, and then Ben Zaleski.
Thank you. My name is Isaac Wagnitz. I've been a resident of Olympia for over 20 years, and like Ty earlier, I'm also here with UFCW Local 367, representing grocery workers in our community. I'm also speaking today to urge you to pass the package of unamended tenant protection measures under consideration. Over the years living here, I've heard a lot of talk about the issues of housing and homelessness in our city, but really this is fairly straightforward. Homelessness and housing insecurity are increasing because rents keep rising faster than wages keep up, and tenants have few legal recourses. And I think I speak for my siblings in the labor movement when I say we're tired of seeing the wage gains that we make at the bargaining table be canceled out by rising rents and costs of living. And we have a duty to fight for our members' interests, not just on the job, but also in the community. The proposed tenant protections will provide a much-needed measure of economic and financial security for working families in Olympia. Now, some landlords will try to tell you it'll be the end of the world if these measures pass. But we need to be clear. Landlords won't end up on the street or have to choose which basic necessities they can afford if this legislation passes. But working people in Olympia will if it does not. And that's the people who stock your groceries, the people who serve your food, the people who clean and maintain this building. They're the great majority in this city, and they're the people you're going to have to look in the eye. You have an opportunity here to help provide a real measure of security for future generations in this city. Please do not waste it. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Next we have Ben Zaleski, followed by Shauna Mershon.
Hi, my name is Ben. I'm here to support the unamended Tenants' Bill of Rights. I first moved here from Seattle because I thought it was going to be more affordable, and for my work, it was easy to move here. Turns out it was actually a little bit worse. I lived in a place where I was packed in with about 5 to 6 other people and in many illegally constructed rooms with a landlord that would often show up unannounced, refuse to fix a lot of things, and just generally harass us. He then increased our rent. So I was actually paying more here than I was when I was living in Capitol Hill in Seattle. And this was a small landlord, and so I think sometimes we have a assumed sanctity about small landlords sometimes. But I do understand that the issue is definitely complicated. But I just don't want to enter a situation where we're sort of using small landlords as a shield against dealing with big corporate landlords. So let's please pass this as a first step and then work together on this issue and not punish the countless people who work full time just like me and who spend nearly half or more than half their monthly income on rent. So, if the council doesn't pass the full package, I personally look forward to helping coordinate a ballot initiative here to do so along with hundreds of volunteers waiting. So thank you, and please pass this.
Thank you. We have Shauna, and then next we have Lavender, followed by April.
Hey everyone, I'm Shauna Mershon. You all know me. I was the intern for economic development during the Olympia Strong project. So I was one of the people that collected the data that we used to show that the housing market and the struggle that people are having right now is a huge issue within the city. I also, on a personal level, during my time working with you, became houseless. The boundaries and the obstacles that I had to overcome in order to find housing was insane. And I have a lot more reach and a lot more options than most of the people in this city do. I really, really want to see this bill get passed. I think it's very important, and I know that you guys are doing amazing work, and so I hope this is something tonight that there's no argument for it, and it's just an easy pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Lavender, followed by April, and then next we'll go online.
Yes, and as you make your way to the podium, I do want to acknowledge that we are at 30 minutes, but considering we have less than a handful community members to speak, we will roll right on through. Yep.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking today in support of the unamended package of renter protections. I'm a member of AFSCME Local 3758 and the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here as part of an official delegation from the Thurston Lewis Mason Central Labor Council. In support of the renter protections they'll be voting on tonight, the Labor Council wholeheartedly supports these protections and has officially endorsed the Olympia for All Landlord Fairness Code and the Tenant Bill of Rights. Now I would like to take some time to speak as an individual in support of these renter protections and not behalf of any of my organizations. Workers and tenants share a common struggle, the struggle of common people for what should be everybody's birthright, a life free from exploitation, access and control of the basic essentials of life. Unlike landlords and bosses, our power doesn't come from money, from our lobbyists. It comes from us. It comes from our power to band together and demand basic dignity. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. In this town, in this state, and all over this country, workers and tenants are standing up for each other. We're building a movement that's going to go on regardless of the council's decision tonight. But tonight, the council can decide whether they want to stand behind that movement, and I really hope you will. Or if you want to stand behind the landlords and the real estate lobby who oppose workers and tenants, who wasted thousands and thousands of dollars trying and failing to defeat tenant protections like these in Tacoma, and who will try and fail to defeat us here. Because when workers and tenants stand together, we're nearly invincible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have April.
Good evening. My name is April Miller, and I'm an organizer with the Democratic Socialists of America. As a tenant and a fast food worker, I would urge you, as I did at last month's council meeting, to pass the regulations proposed unamended. Were council to capitulate to the landlord class and their political lobby, the housing crisis will not vanish from public consciousness, nor will the movement for these measures. A fighting alliance of workers and tenants is being built. We have an actionable program which won against the odds and against the thousands of dollars mobilized by the landlord lobby in Tacoma. The power of solidarity in action is unshakable. On the 1st of May, International Workers' Day, the labor and tenant movements will converge for a demonstration starting at Isthmus Park at 5:30 p.m. Whether this will be a celebration of a victory or the prelude to a larger one is up to the assembled council members. But in any case, the struggle for housing justice does not end at these reforms, necessary as they are. It means mobilizing our power as a class against exploitative, profit-seeking practices by landlords and bosses of any size. If council passes these measures tonight, it will be a victory that emboldens the tenant struggle. If we have to campaign for it ourselves, then that will be an opportunity to take this into our workplaces and neighborhoods and give hundreds of working tenants who need the basic room to breathe a living education on how to exercise political power. It is the choice of the council members assembled whether they stand on the side of working class people in our community or if they prefer to capitulate to their exploiters. I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our in-person public comment. I believe we have one online, and that will be Corey.
Corey's traveling.
Thank you. Hi, Corey. We can't hear you, but we can see you. Yeah, but I'll just ask you to speak up just a little bit. But go ahead.
Sure, can do. Okay. Thank you, Council, for hearing me tonight. My name is Corey Jalseth. I am speaking this evening on behalf of the Rental Housing Association of Washington.
Corey, I'm sorry to cut you off, but your voice is sort of drowning out a little bit. Could we maybe increase the volume on our end, but then also if you could just speak up a little bit, please?
Sure, definitely. Okay. Sorry, speaking on behalf of the Rental Housing Association of Washington on the rental policies being proposed. One of the most concerning provisions is the ability for a resident to break a lease with 20 days notice for any rent increase over 5%. Allowing a resident to break a lease with 20 days notice in response to a reasonable rent increase will destabilize term-based leases and create uncertainty for housing providers in the city of Olympia. A lease is a mutually agreed upon contract, and the style of policy effectively nullifies any type of lease agreement. Destabilizing this process will harm both housing providers and residents as it will remove consistency from term-based lease provisions. Relocation assistance has imposed penalties on housing providers for reasonable rent increases in cities such as Seattle and Tacoma. The penalties detailed could cause great hardship, especially for small housing providers who generally offer rents already well below market rate. It will reduce housing providers' ability to adequately maintain their properties and make needed upgrades or repairs due to financial hardship. According to a 2024 study from the Joint Center for Housing Studies of Harvard University, higher rent increases over the last several years have come due to increased costs of operating and insuring rental properties, as well as the upkeep costs for our country's aging rental properties, which have a national average age of 44 years. And finally, a low late fee cap will make on-time rent payment a thing of the past. Housing providers don't want to collect late payments. They want a happy tenant who pays on time, but the late fee needs to be high enough to ensure that the rent will be paid on time. RHA believes that caps are inherently harmful, but percentage-based caps are much more equitable than specific monetary caps. RHA remains ready and willing to discuss alternative measures that have already proven to make housing more affordable, such as rental assistance programs. We appreciate the time and effort of the council members who discussed these provisions with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Thanks for working with us through some tech difficulties. And then also to the audience, I guess we have a respectful group in here, huh? Everyone was just mouse quiet. I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any comments from the dais? Councilmember Madrone.
Yeah, I'll have more extensive comments when we get to the item on the agenda around our tenant protection ordinance this evening. But I did want to acknowledge the folks from the VFW. I saw that our Assistant City Manager, Rich Hoy, connected with you. And so thank you for coming in and sharing your experience. We want to know when things aren't working as they should be, and so that we can do a course correction and make sure that your needs get met. And then also we had a couple of folks come in and speak on the drive-through issue. I'll also have some comments for that later on as well, but just wanted to acknowledge that there were a few different topics in the room tonight, but I'll have more to say later on.
Thank you, Councilmember Madrone. Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Thank you so much for everyone in person, mostly, and then we had someone online, public comment. As mentioned, and I'm sure you all know, that are here for the text amendment and as well as the tenant protections is our two business items tonight. So I hope you'll stay to hear the presentation and then also council's deliberation on that. I appreciate Councilmember Madrone, but I'm seeing Darcy and then also seeing Commander Beeler on this turf, whereas last time I saw you at the VFW. So thank you for welcoming us into your space, and I'm so glad that you're coming into another place that is your space in Chambers. It is unfortunate why you're coming in, but happy that you're getting connected with staff. And then I also, I know that the VFW is a really special place for a lot of reasons for veterans and their families. And both of you, along with many others, have been, keeping it alive for quite some time. I also know that Unity Commons is a special place for some folks too, right? Very specific. Community members, and so as much as we can do to try to make sure that we can coexist is really important to me and the rest of us, I think. So thanks so much for everyone being here tonight.
Very well said. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Parsley, followed by Councilmember Cooper.
First, I just want to thank everyone, because when we started deliberating, that may get forgotten, and I really wanted to say that to everybody who came for public comment. Darcy, I think you mentioned that maybe it'd be a good time to have a community meeting over there. I like that idea because I think there's some really caring people at the Unity Commons. I know the city's working at it, and I think, I believe in bringing people together and having conversations. So thank you for that idea, and thank you for my councilmate and the Mayor Pro Tem and city staff. I mean it. Thank you, every single one of you. You'll hear my comments when we get to deliberation.
Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Good policy happens when we have civil discussions. And I really appreciate everyone bringing that this evening and talking about all sides of some really difficult issues. So I wanted to thank everyone. And then also, as a veteran, speak up in harmony with my colleagues. Hopefully we can do some crime prevention or environmental design work around the property and see what are some ways. I think you have the urban environment up in that part of the city now, and I think that's something that we're going to have to learn and grow with as more people move into that area, regardless of what kind of housing is built, because that's an area where we want and have room for a whole bunch more. So the mayor and I are both veterans, and so if it's helpful to have people who speak the language come and participate in an event, I think I could speak for him that we'd both be willing to be there. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. And yes, just so you hear it from me, yes, I concur. Thank you. Yes, so Councilmember Gilman, followed by Councilmember Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. First, I want to thank everybody who came out to speak tonight. It's, change is difficult, but it's clearly time for change. And as several of my colleagues said, we'll be discussing the two issues on the agenda shortly here. I want to add something else to this conversation about the VFW and Unity Commons, and that's that when we initiated these new housing opportunities, we had formal community connections, kind of a neighborhood advisory group. And I would like for council to receive a report about each of the tiny house and supportive housing, permanent supportive housing locations, how we're doing in terms of community dialogue and problem solving, because it sounds like it's not happening in that neighborhood.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilman. Councilmember Vanderpool.
To expand upon what everyone is saying about our participation in the last few weeks and people coming out, I'm going to just say the top part of what I'm going to say later. I would like to thank the public for their emails, phone calls, meetings, and public comments. I appreciate having this level of public participation in our local governance system. To me, this makes this position worth having. Alexis de Tocqueville, the author of Democracy in America, said, quote, "The health of a democratic society may be measured by the quality of its functions performed by private citizens." Olympians have shown that its democratic quality is very much alive and well, and I appreciate every one of you coming out and making my nights longer and getting involved in more in the public. So appreciate everyone coming out.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanderpool. It's well said, and I also want to thank you just for your, your willingness to engage with the constituency on this issue. And my understanding is you've been very engaged in that regard, and that takes a lot of personal energy to do that. So thank you. I also just want to add, and I want to say, that this, first of all, thank all of you. Regardless of where you fall on this issue, I think that we have, you've given us quite a bit to deliberate on and to think about, and it's our job to take all of that and consider it. And so, which is why you do see some proposed amendments that you will see later that we'll discuss later. And the reason really for that is because we want you to know that democracy works. When you came to the public hearing, we heard some things from both sides of this conversation that we are hoping to bring to the dais and have a conversation about that. And so we are juggling that, and we want to honor what we're hearing from both sides of this issue from our community. So I thank you for respecting that process, and also for just maintaining your decorum this evening so that we can have this conversation and move along through the meeting. So thank you very much. So with that concludes public comment this evening. We will move on to adoption of the consent calendar, but before I do, I am tracking a few polls this evening, so I want to, one moment, I've got a lot of papers up here. So I want to pull 4C to 4N, which are items that the Mayor Pro Tem will be speaking to. But before we do that, Kelly, are you? Okay, just checking. All right, so Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, everyone. So I'm speaking to these items as the chair of the Community Livability and Public Safety Committee. So regarding item 4C, the advisory group work plans, we do have 11 advisory group work plans before us this evening on consent. So I'd just like to take a moment to recognize the hard work of many community members serving on these advisory groups. As well as you heard tonight, acknowledge the many opportunities that community members have to influence the future of our great city. Typically, we open online applications or solicitations around the fall, and then we close them sometimes late winter or into the spring even. So there's a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot of different advisory groups, and I'd be surprised if you weren't interested in at least a couple of them. I know we also look forward to, as council, to learning from the deliberations and advisement that will come from these advisory groups as they make their ways through these work plans. As well, just wanted to speak to 4D and item 4D through item 4N, which are advisory appointments and recommendations. So the Council's Community Livability and Public Safety Committee, commonly referred to by acronym as CLIPS, opened their recruitment in October for opportunities to serve on the city's many advisory groups. A total of 64 applications was received to fill 31 vacancies across 11 advisory groups. Each existing advisory body screened the initial applications and recommended candidates for interview to CLIPS. I'm impressed that we've continued doing a blind process. So as the current members of each advisory body do screen the initial applications for their recommendations, it is a blind review. As well, the CLIPS committee does review the entire slate of applications and will occasionally put forward a couple more candidates that we see necessary. And then this past month, over 3 very late evenings, the CLIPS committee, along with an advisory group chair or vice chairperson, interviewed 43 candidates. It's become a practice to invite the chair or vice chairperson of the respective advisory group to join in the interview process. And this is really a value add. The chairs and the vice chair person really bring meaningful perspectives on the current makeup of the advisory bodies and where there might be some opportunity gaps. It also makes for some good bonding, sort of with community members, sort of like burning the midnight oil together. So it was also really fun. The CLIPS committee is recommending 24 candidates for appointments to the vacancies across the 11 advisory groups, and also CLIPS is recommending 17 currently serving advisory group members for reappointment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any questions or comments for the Mayor Pro Tem? All right, so we are going to move on to a poll for item 4O, which is the approval of a resolution authorizing a purchase agreement with Hughes Fire Equipment Incorporated for 2 Pierce Velocity triple combination pumper fire engines. This poll was requested by Councilmember Vanderpool, and I see that Chief Morris of the Olympia Fire Department is approaching the podium. And Councilmember Vanderpool, do you want to ask your question?
Hi, thank you for coming up for this last minute pool. So when I was studying this, I noticed that we looked at the potential in the future for electric fire trucks, or engines, to be more proper. So I'm very curious if I can get you to potentially speak on why we're not doing that right now, and then in the future that we could potentially be doing that, just as from a cost perspective and where we want to go.
Sure, thank you. For the record, Matthew Morris, I'm lucky enough to be your fire chief, and so it's a great question. I appreciate you asking it. And so what I'll offer is that I believe electric fire engines are the future. I believe that the plan to go to electric fire engines is part of the strategic direction of the Olympia Fire Department. The electric fire engines have only been in service in a few small areas or small numbers in the country for about 18 months, and so they have a very unproven track record to date. And there's some other concerns with the reliability long-term and longevity of the apparatus. I believe the technology is still kind of on at the leading edge of it because of the large apparatus, heavy apparatus used for electric vehicles. In the current configuration of electric vehicles, that they are a combination electric and diesel powered. So when the electric battery is drained, it converts back to being a traditional diesel fire engine. The current apparatus are only getting about 35 miles per charge. And so the performance is not quite there yet. I believe it will be, obviously. I think we will all agree that the technology will catch up. Our fleet is 4 frontline engines, and then we need to maintain reserve engines of about 7, a total of 7 or 8. And so with the 24-year replacement cycle, we're going to be purchasing an engine every 3 years. And so the future of us ordering electric fire engines is you can expect me to be standing in front of you in the near future asking for the purchase of that. And so it comes with a lot of additional, infrastructure development and cost and things like that we'll have to resolve and work through. But I do believe the future is coming.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right, Councilmember Parsley, followed by Councilmember Cooper.
So if you had an electric fire truck, how much space would you have to carry water and equipment? Because you'd have to have an awful lot of batteries. Has that been part of the technology that needs to be worked out?
Some of it is the fact that technology is catching up and allowing the batteries to be smaller and lighter and taking up less space. It does create a demand for a slightly larger or longer apparatus because they're putting the batteries in behind the cab of the engine. I think, again, with technology in the downsizing of those batteries in time, I think that you'll see it be a minimal impact on the configuration of the apparatus.
Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. At the Finance Committee, the chief talked about this a lot with us because we leaned in on it. And I think the biggest challenge for me is that it's 4 years out, and a lot is going to change in the technology between now and then. I believe the ones that are in service to be highly reliable based on what I've seen, but I'm not a firefighter and don't have the inside track, so I think I want to acknowledge that as well. But the contract that we have, if we can come up with the cash, would allow for a change in the power system in the vehicle along the way if the technology should improve. So that won't be free to change the design midstream, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're ordering an electric before we get these for the next round.
There's potential for sure. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Chief, for putting up with that conversation.
Oh no, it's a great conversation to be.
We all wish that we had them yesterday, and
Sure.
they cost double. And as we've learned from Councilmember Gilman, we don't have the electricity in our community to support the infrastructure that we're all demanding either, and that's a problem that we have to figure out. So,
Correct.
And that, unfortunately, we can't get the fire department to do that for us. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Councilmember Vanderpool, for that question. That's a great question. And Chief, I appreciate the thorough response. Mr. Cummings, did you have anything to add?
Nope, I was just here for technical support.
He's my backup.
Okay.
My reserve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the spot, Adam, but you are our operations supervisor within Olympia Fire Department. I hope I got that title right, but you work or oversee all of the work that happens on these machines, right? On these trucks, on these engines. So I just want to take a moment to lift you up. We don't often, I think the folks that kind of work on the back end, we don't always get to see them or recognize them, but here you are. You're right here, and you do great work on really important machines.
Well, thank you very much, and I got a good crew behind me too that helps me. So,
Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
thank you.
All right. So we also have another pool, item 4P, which is an approval of a resolution authorizing an agreement with LOT, or the Lacey Olympia Tumwater Thurston County Clean Water Alliance for public health emergency supporting and funding. And here to speak to that is Darian Lightfoot, our Director of Housing and Homelessness.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much. My name is Darian Lightfoot, Director of Housing and Homeless Response. I'm here tonight to speak on the agreement between the City of Olympia and LOT Clean Water Alliance. LOT has been an incredible partner with us in all of our efforts around housing and homeless response. They have purchased hygiene trailers for our tiny home village even 5 years ago when we were getting a jump start on our tiny home village work. They really led the initiative to reduce hookup costs for affordable housing. They came to the Regional Housing Council and said, we want to play, we want to be in this work, and this is how we think this would be impactful. They helped support cost as we closed the Ensign Road encampment. Time and again, they continue to show up, and this is another partnership that you see before you tonight, is they want to help with our hygiene facilities at our managed encampments. So that is what this agreement states, that several of our managed encampments throughout the city have porta potties, and they are entering into an agreement with us to help support those financially. So I just want to support LOT and say that we have a lot of gratitude for their partnership, and that is what this agreement is before you tonight.
Thank you very much, Darian. Any questions or comments for Darian? Thank you for being here and speaking to that. It's very important, and we appreciate LOT's participation and partnership in that effort. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so just got another poll. Item 4Q, which is an approval of a resolution authorizing amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Mark C. Schubmeyer for hiring and examiner services. And this was requested pulled by Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Actually, just a question, because we had a really good conversation with our hearings examiner about succession planning, and I wondered if there was a chance to talk to him in this amendment process about including the other people from his firm that might be qualified to do that work and getting them trained up in this next 2-year period. I just don't see that here, and I thought that was a pretty poignant place where we left the conversation.
Yeah, I'm going to look down the road to Leonard. I think he's going to come up and talk about that.
Thank you for that question. Leonard Bauer, Community Planning Development Director. Yeah, you're correct. There's nothing in the contract itself. I think there was an understanding at the study session, as you pointed out, that we will work with Mark Schubmeyer to help bring along other folks in his firm to help move into the hearing examiner role, whether it's at our city or others. As you know, he mentioned he serves quite a few cities. At the same time, we continue to search for a pro tem hearing examiner potentially in the shorter term. And we have a couple of additional recommendations on that we're working on right now. And we may hopefully be bringing you a contract for a pro tem in the short term for this 2-year period. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Leonard. I see Councilmember Vanderpool's hand itching. No, nothing? Oh, yes, okay.
Leonard, don't sit down. I have another item to pull on the eds, so I just want to let you know ahead.
I may refer that one to the Public Works Director.
Okay.
Thank you for that. So no other questions for item 4Q? Okay. All right, so next we have poll for item 4T, approval of an ordinance adopting the 2023 Engineering, Design, and Development Standards Update, often referred to as EDS. And it looks like Public Works Director Mark Russell is coming up for that one.
Good evening, Council. For the record, I'm Mark Russell, Public Works Director.
Councilmember Vanderpool, this is your requested poll?
Yes. So it's been under my understanding that this EDS update has some pretty cool stuff regarding the installation of bicycle lanes on new developments, particularly enhanced bicycle lanes. Could you quickly just kind of give us a rundown of what that looks like?
Yes, just real quickly, this is our first iteration of putting enhanced bicycle lanes into the engineering, design, and development standards. As you know, our transportation master plan has shifted our focus for bicycle lanes to actually be enhanced and have some protection from vehicular traffic and other things by creating a barrier between that vehicular traffic and the bicycle lane. And so this is our first iteration of getting that vision and policy from the Transportation Master Plan into our engineering, design, and development standards. This will most likely apply to, at least in the short term, to larger developments, ones that, you know, take a block or so. A typical remodel or something in a house to a commercial use or something like that would probably not trigger that. It would take a larger development that would be a block long or something like that to create that. So it's our first iteration in that. And then the city, as part of our capital projects in transportation, are also moving forward with enhanced bicycle lanes with our projects, one of which coming up on Phones Road will be a first major enhanced bicycle lane. You also see them over here on Plum Street and 4th Avenue and State Avenue that are currently under construction or have just been construction.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Of course.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay. All right, and our final agenda item to be pulled on the consent calendar this evening, which is for you, an approval of an ordinance granting a master permit to Ziply Fiber. And this pull was requested by Councilmember Madrone.
Yeah, and sorry for one additional poll. We're just building the suspense for our funner items later in the agenda. I actually wanted to pull this one because we have such a crowd here, and I know that a lot of people in the community are really interested in alternatives to Comcast for internet. And I've seen some questions out in the community, like we've heard about Ziply Fiber. When is it coming? Well, in just a moment, we're going to vote on an ordinance granting a master permit for them. So that's what they have been waiting on to be able to move forward. So I just wanted to vocalize that status update for the community who's been, waiting for, that alternative. It's on its way.
Thank you, Councilmember Madrone. And also, for those who are candidates who were selected to serve on our advisory boards, commissions, and committees, just listen for that vote for the consent calendar, and that will signify your approval or disapproval to be seated on our boards and commissions. Technically. So, all right. So with that, I need a motion to approve this evening's consent calendar.
So moved.
All those in favor of the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Consent calendar is adopted. So that takes us to our business items for this evening, beginning with item 6A, which is approval of an ordinance amending the Olympia Municipal Code related to relocation assistance and additional renter protections. And here to provide a presentation for us this evening is Krista Lenson, who is our Senior Housing Program Specialist. Good evening, Krista.
Good evening, Mayor Payne and council members. For the record, my name is Krista Lenson. I'm Senior Housing Program Specialist. So tonight I'll be presenting a proposed ordinance to amend the city's rental housing code. We'll go over what led to the development of the proposed regulations and review the draft code language. So I'd like to start by offering some background on the challenges that are faced by renters in our community and what has led the city to develop these regulations. Olympia is a majority renter city with 53% of our residents renting. And of those, 54% are housing cost burdened, which means that they're spending over a third of their income on their housing costs. That's compared to 20% of Olympia homeowners who are cost burdened. The difference in income between Olympia renters and homeowners is vast, while the difference in housing costs is proportionally much less. The median household income for Olympia homeowners is more than double that of Olympia renters. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, a Thurston County renter would need to work 77 hours per week at our current minimum wage to afford a one-bedroom rental home at fair market rents. This chart from the Washington State Department of Commerce shows the correlation between median rents and homelessness. As rents increase, homelessness increases. The blue line shows median rent, and the red dotted line shows unsheltered homelessness. According to a 2020 report by the U.S. Government Accountability Office, every $100 increase in median rent is associated with a 9% increase in the estimated homelessness rate. Thurston County Public Health and Social Services conducted a survey in August of 2023, which was at the end of the federal COVID rent assistance that we received as a county. The survey found that 51% of the Thurston County renters who had received federal COVID rent assistance were currently behind on their rent with no additional funds to help them. Public engagement over the past 3 years has been specifically targeted for landlords and tenants to provide input to the city about rental housing challenges and potential policy solutions. We heard from over 500 community members who participated in surveys, focus groups, and one-on-one interviews to provide input on policy proposals and their personal experiences. We've provided information about updates to our policies and upcoming policy proposals through mailers and webinars. The public has also engaged the council through committee meetings, providing public comment at public hearings, and providing written comments to staff through emails and phone calls. Staff also received information from the Assessment of Fair Housing, where over 600 community members participated in an online survey where they shared about their experiences of housing discrimination and challenges with accessing housing. Over time, we've repeatedly heard about the challenges related to rising housing costs and the difficulty that many communities face in maintaining their housing security. We've heard about the need for relocation assistance to help tenants who are displaced from their current living situations, and the need to curb miscellaneous fees which add to those housing costs. Tenants and tenant advocates have contacted the city directly regarding challenges such as not being able to install AC units before a heat wave event and being charged for fees like a mandatory garbage valet service. The Land Use and Environment Committee has directed staff work in this area by looking at potential solutions and policies implemented in other jurisdictions, listening to input received and incorporating feedback into policy decisions. In the past 3 years, there have been over 10 council and committee meetings on tenant protections, policies, and programs. At Council's August study session last summer, staff presented information about relocation assistance for properties that are condemned, or demolished, or need substantial rehabilitation. These policies were proposed in tandem with the launch of the city's rental housing inspection requirements, which will take effect next year. So the policies proposed today are also aligned with several years of work by the city to address housing affordability, stability, and homelessness prevention through our work guided by the One Community Plan, Housing Action Plan, and other processes. I've included some elements of the city's Housing Action Plan, as well as Thurston County's Homeless Crisis Response Plan and the Thurston County Assessment of Fair Housing. These plans all lay out guidance to create tenant protections in order to keep people housed and avoid homelessness, including tenant relocation assistance, keeping households in their current units by addressing housing quality issues, and making it easier for households to access or maintain their current housing. The community provided input into each of these plans before they were adopted. It also identifies a housing navigator position to help landlords and tenants with housing issues. The new rental registry program is staffed by a program manager who will provide resources and services that are responsive to community needs. The rental registry program will provide connections with both city and community programs and services. So now I'll move on to the specific policies that are proposed tonight. So relocation assistance helps facilitate smoother tenant transitions to new housing situations in the event they are displaced from their current unit. This can help avoid potential evictions or homelessness. Making this transition easier can take stress off of both the landlord and the tenant. While it is sometimes difficult for the city to directly prevent homelessness, this policy is clearly connected to homelessness prevention and helps bolster our whole local housing system. So the first section requires that landlords follow the existing state law, which requires them to pay relocation assistance if the rental property is condemned or deemed unlawful to occupy by a government entity. In the proposed language, these funds might be advanced by the city if the landlord fails to pay within the first 7 days of that condemnation notice. The city would then seek reimbursement from the landlord. The second section is more focused on redevelopment. So relocation assistance would be paid to low-income tenants, which is defined in state law as being below 50% of area median income, who are displaced when a property is demolished, substantially rehabilitated, or the use changes. Change of use would be defined as a residential property being converted to a non-residential use, conversion from a long-term to a short-term rental, or could include conversions to condominiums. The cost for this program would be shared 50-50 by the city and the landlord. And under state law, the city can't require the landlord to pay more than half of those costs. The code language proposed does allow a landlord and a tenant to negotiate moving into another unit if that is an option available, and that's something that they both agree upon. A public hearing was required in order to implement this kind of relocation assistance, and so the public hearing was held on March 19th to comply with that requirement. So in the past 2 to 3 years, the cities of Bellingham, Tacoma, and Seattle have adopted requirements for landlords to pay relocation assistance to tenants who are forced to move because of a rent increase over a certain amount. The Land Use and Environment Committee reviewed options at their January meeting to align with current Olympia code requirements and directed staff to prepare code language to establish these requirements if rent stabilization legislation did not pass, which it did not this session. So the proposed code amendments would require the landlord to offer relocation assistance when they provide the tenant with notice of a rent increase over 5%. The tenant would then have 45 days to request relocation assistance from the landlord, and the landlord would have 31 days to pay the relocation assistance. The tenant may move out at any point after that with 20 days written notice. If the tenant does not move out before the rent increase takes effect, they would be responsible to pay the new rental amount and to repay the relocation assistance. The amount of the relocation assistance would be 2 times the monthly rent if the rent increase is over 5% but less than 10%, and 3 times the monthly rent if the increase is 10% or more. So we've heard from tenants and tenant advocates about excessive fees, such as a tenant who was being charged an additional $500 per month when their year lease converted to a month-to-month lease for the privilege of having a month-to-month lease. Or a mandatory charge for a garbage valet to pick up their trash, or a legal fee for posting a notice on a tenant's door. So this tenant ledger was provided by a local legal aid attorney as an example. Both HUD and the National Consumer Law Center have issued memos and policy documents outlining these types of excessive fees. Several other cities in Washington have limited late fees. So staff has developed code language that defines and limits what types of fees can be charged by a landlord. So those types of permissible fees include late fee, which is capped at $10 per month, fees for damages or actual costs that are incurred by a landlord, such as damage to a unit, dishonored checks, or improvements that are requested by the tenant. An application or screening fee, which under state law, landlords are only allowed to charge the actual cost to complete that screening. And the allowable deposits and pet deposits that we have under our current rental housing code. So during both public engagement for renter protections and the climate vulnerability, staff heard from tenants about their landlords prohibiting them from installing an AC unit. The need for cooling devices is increasing and is a health and safety issue for tenants, particularly seniors and people with disabilities or chronic health conditions. According to Olympia's climate conditions report, extreme hot weather days are projected to occur more often than the current baseline of 14 days per year. As early as the 2030 to 2059 time period, Olympia could have an additional 24 90-degree plus days per year. So staff used a sample policy from the state of Oregon and modified that for our use here. Oregon does allow some parameters to be set by landlords, such as requiring that the AC unit be removed during winter months and requiring that the landlord's staff install the unit. This requirement would not force landlords to provide an AC unit, but would allow tenants the ability to install their own AC unit. So in Olympia, landlords are required to provide tenants with a longer notice period to increase rent by more than 5%. This longer notice period is intended to allow tenants time to search for a new housing unit if they're not able to pay the increased rent amount. So the proposed code language allows tenants to break their lease early without penalty after they receive that rent increase notice. This would allow tenants to move out if they find alternative housing without the fear of owing a fee to break their lease early. So since the launch of the rental registry program on March 1st, we've been in communication with property owners that are renting far below market rates to members of their immediate family. Many have purchased that housing due to their family members' difficulty in finding housing that was affordable to them. I heard from one family member who had a grandson with significant disabilities, and they'd made significant modifications to that home to allow the family to reside there. These property owners indicated that they don't own any other rental units, and they intend to sell the property if their family member ever moves out. The city recognizes how these family members are supporting their family's housing stability and wants to support these efforts. Staff has drafted an affidavit that these property owners could fill out to request this exemption and agree to register their unit if they ever rent to someone outside of their family. The affidavit can also indicate that the property owner could lose their exemption if the city receives a complaint about the building conditions that violate city codes. Staff can require the submission of this form if council approves the exception. The form would also help us track properties that have the exemption moving forward. Since this is a new program, we're open to hearing feedback and to make improvements, and staff suggests we alter the program requirements to exempt these situations. So a public hearing was held on March 19th, 2024. Landlords, property managers, tenants, tenant advocates, and other interested third parties provided comments. Over 30 written comments were also received by staff. So I've just included some of the general themes we heard, and we heard some of those themes reiterated tonight as well. There were several landlords who expressed concerns that these regulations will push small landlords to sell their rental properties, and indicated that most smaller landlords operate on thinner margins, where rent increases are to cover increasing operating costs. Several landlords noted that small property owners are more likely to work with a tenant to accept someone with higher barriers or to negotiate a payment plan. Property owners generally see the problem as a housing supply issue, and that they would support greater subsidies for the lowest income residents in our community. Tenants and tenant advocates noted that rising housing costs are beyond what most people can afford and increasing more rapidly than wages, leading many tenants to move out of the area, live out of their cars, and face health impacts as a result. Advocates also noted that small businesses are struggling to pay employees enough to meet the cost of housing in Olympia. Council heard from statewide rental housing associations, local property managers, and small local landlords. Their specific concerns about the proposed amendments include that the late fee is too low to incentivize tenants to pay on time. Allowing a tenant to break their lease early impacts their stability and ability to plan. They do not feel that relocation assistance for rent increases should be the landlord's responsibility if the tenant cannot pay the increased rate, and that the rate of inflation is higher than the proposed 5% rent increase trigger for relocation assistance. We also heard concerns that higher income tenants might claim relocation assistance when they don't have a financial need and when they plan to move out anyway. Overall, we've heard broad support from tenants and tenant advocates on the proposed amendments. Council has heard from several representatives of the Olympia for All Coalition at the public hearing and tonight during public comment. Included in that group was a local nurse who spoke about the impacts, the health impacts of housing insecurity. We've also heard about a state college employee who has struggled personally with housing insecurity and who worked with students who were living out of their cars. And a local landlord who expressed the sentiment that 5% annual increases were reasonable to him and not overly burdensome. We also had written comments from other community members. We heard from seniors whose neighbors in their senior living facilities had notice of $500 rent increases, and they were worried about what would happen to them and when their next rent increase would occur living on a fixed income. Yesterday, the city also received a letter of support from the proposed tenant protections from the Thurston County Board of County Commissioners, commending the City Council for their work on this topic to address housing affordability in our community. So thank you for your time. I'd be glad to answer any additional questions to help you as you move into discussion.
Thank you very much, Krista. Any questions or comments from the dais? Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
I do have some questions about Krista's presentation. I know that the chair of land use is also preparing a statement, so is now the appropriate time for my questions? Okay, yeah, because otherwise you wouldn't have called on me, huh? Yeah, you think about these things. Okay, thank you so much for your very thorough presentation, Krista, and then also just want to note what I can only assume is taking a lot of time to write a very thoughtful staff report, and I really appreciate it. I have a couple of questions on the so 53% of renters, of the 53%, 54% of renters are cost burdened. And then we also had some additional data from the Department of Commerce too. So it's just like sort of a little bit more than half. And then that brings me to the requirements of the relocation assistance. So can you talk to me about I get that it is for folks that are cost burdened, so how is that going to be verified? Is it verified because, typically when you enter into a lease agreement, part of that check is that you show income verification. So is it just the initial income verification? And then I also think, if it is, I also think about how, you might be making a lot more income and then it changes, and then vice versa, right? You might be making a little bit and then you become more fortunate. So can you talk to me about that? How do we check that?
Yeah, so there are 3 different kinds of relocation assistance, and so the only one that requires income verification or for someone to be below a certain income threshold is the one where a unit is redeveloped. So it's going through a major renovation, it's being demolished, or converted to another use. So that the other types of relocation assistance don't have an associated income limit to them. So the city, when we hear about one of these situations where relocation assistance will be triggered, the landlord is required to send out a notice, and tenants can then submit a packet, fill out a packet that's submitted to the city with the income amounts of their household members. And then we'll, as city staff, will verify their housing, their household income. So that will happen at the time of the relocation assistance, not at the time they move into the housing unit.
And then just to clarify, are you saying that that happens every time? Like we will, as a city, verify it in each of these 3 situations where there might be relocation assistance?
Just where the property is being demolished or renovated or the use is changing. The income limits don't apply in the situation where the rent is increasing over 5%, or if the property is condemned.
Why is that? So I don't like to operate on this idea that everyone's just trying to, scam folks or, get as much money as they can. But how come we wouldn't verify that? Even if we made the process easy for folks, right? Because we want to make sure that people are, wherever the monies are, that the people with the most need are actually getting them, and so the intention is met. So can you share with me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so for the requirement, if a property is condemned, that's something that is already required under state law. So there wouldn't be any additional requirement that we're requiring of landlords beyond what's already required of them under state law. And there's no kind of income limitation associated with that. The other one where it's the rent increase notification, there are some cities, so just 3 cities in Washington have passed something similar to this. And one, I think it's just Seattle, who has a requirement that tenants be below 80% of area median income to be eligible to receive that relocation assistance. And the other cities did not include an income eligibility requirement to that relocation assistance. And that was something we went over in the land use committee and discussed, and it resulted in the proposal before you today.
Thank you. I have another question, if that's all right. Yeah, so looking at the late fee, $10. Can you talk to me about $10? Because I would almost prefer that. I mean, I'll kind of hold it to our deliberations, but it's almost like, why $10? Mm-hmm. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I think there's been, other cities that have passed similar regulations, and, we heard folks in the community asking for us to look at what Seattle had passed and what Tacoma had passed. And so these are, just comparative situations and things we're hearing from constituents.
Okay. And then, so it's comparative, and then also, I know staff did a lot of research on this, and there's a lot of deliberations for, the land use committee. But so there's, so it's just that it's comparable to other cities, but we're also not sure why the other cities did $10.
Yeah, I think there are other cities who have different caps. There are some that have 1.5% of rent. And I don't recall if this was discussed at land use, but I know that there's some confusion with 1.5%, and it seems a little simpler and cleaner to go with a flat rate. But there are some cities who have decided to go that route.
Okay. This is not to you, but for me, it seems simple and cleaner if something's going to be $10. I mean, don't get me wrong. If $10 is on the floor, I'm going to bend over and pick it up. But if it's $10, it almost seems like it'd be simpler if it was no dollars. So anyways, I look forward to talking about it with council colleagues. Thanks so much for your presentation tonight.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Any additional questions or comments for Krista? Before I turn it over to Councilmember Madrone, I do have one question in regards to the rental relocation assistance. A few slides back, you said something to the effect of if the tenant decides not to move out, that they are responsible for repaying the relocation assistance and that they are bound by the new rental increase. So my question is, my understanding is that the landlord is responsible for paying that relocation assistance to the tenant. But in the event that they do not, that the city will then pay that tenant the relocation assistance, and essentially we would seek reimbursement from the landlord for that relocation assistance. Is that correct?
That would only apply in the situation where a property is condemned.
Okay.
Not where there was a rent increase.
Okay, understood. Thank you for that clarification. So then in that instance, then this would be a non-issue in the sense of having to say a tenant is responsible for repaying that relocation assistance, then the city is not then responsible for paying that landlord in the event that the tenant does not repay it or has not paid it back in a certain amount of time.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand that. Thank you. Councilmember Madrone.
So I have some thoughts I want to share on the process that we've been through and some of the things that I've heard at the public hearing, since the public hearing. I first want to acknowledge that tenants are experiencing a crisis in our community, and we are responding to that crisis. They're facing economic displacement, unsafe and unhealthy conditions in their housing, unfair practices. They're in need of stability and protection, and that has been a priority of this council. It's a little bit amusing to hear in public comment that this would be a great first step for us to take, because we've taken a lot of steps on rental housing policy to better protect tenants, and it's probably our fourth or fifth step at this point. I've lost count, but we don't need to count. We just need to continue to make progress. Our work on tenant protections is changing the business of rental housing in our community. And as we seek a more balanced and fair system for rental housing, our policies are having an impact on landlords. And so I want to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge those impacts. And our goal to address these challenges for tenants, that goal remains. As I said in the public hearing, I've been listening for solutions. For over 4 years now, many of us have been, listening for solutions. Both tenants and landlords have been engaged throughout the years, and these opportunities for engagement have resulted in changes. We've taken action on tenant protections previously that were not favored by many landlords, though we have had some support from landlords. We have additional actions before us this evening. We've also taken actions based on feedback that has come from landlords, including the reinstatement of our rental housing rehabilitation program through our community development block grant. Our staff have been very responsive to concerns on the implementation of our policies, which is demonstrated through the adaptive management of our registry program. And I can promise to both landlords and tenants alike that as we move forward, we will continue to be responsive to feedback and refine our policies and the implementation of those policies. But again, we do have this goal of better protecting tenants in our community, and that's going to remain central to our focus. One person who spoke to us during the public hearing is a state representative that asked us to leave the work of tenant protections to the state. The representative highlighted his bipartisan work on middle housing as an example of how the legislature can work together to create statewide change. But he didn't include the full arc of history on that issue of middle housing in Washington. Olympia was actually the first city in the state to eliminate single-family zoning with a middle housing ordinance in 2018. And this action by the city council, it was not an easy one. There was a really deep divide in the community, like we see on tenant protections. And by moving past the divide and moving forward on middle housing, Olympia helped set the legislature up to act on a statewide level. Our city has had rent stabilization on our legislative agenda longer than I've been on the council, and the situation for tenants has only gotten worse as we've seen limited progress at the legislature. So I hope that our actions at the local level around tenant protections help set that stage for the legislature for the progress that needs to be made across the state. So other ideas have come up through the public hearing to limit the impact to landlords. And I really do appreciate the thoughtful contributions from folks in our community. There's been a lot of respectful dialogue on this. So I want to thank everybody for that. And there are some areas where we might consider making some changes to what's in front of us tonight. I do want to just state up front that I don't support any exemptions for small landlords. When I was a tenant, I had really, really wonderful experiences with small landlords, but also my worst experiences were also with small landlords. And I think we need to protect all tenants. Some of the ideas that I've heard where we might consider some changes to recommendations, to the recommendations that the Land Use Committee put forward. There's been discussion around potentially increasing the cap on the late fee. It's currently proposed to be at $10. I've heard, potentially going up to $50. It's interesting. I was thinking, in thinking through this, I'm like, what is the incentive to, say, pay your rent over another bill? And I was like, well, how much is my credit card fee? And it's at $40. But then I noticed that 3 days ago, the Consumer Protection Financial Bureau just capped large credit card issuers at $8 for a late fee. So just wanted to acknowledge that so we can think about that in our deliberations. And, at a certain point, I think we should just think about like who is impacted more by this. The landlords still have the ability to issue that 14-day pay or vacate. Like that is the major incentive to pay your rent on time. So I just wanted to note that. But there's been some discussion around that, so I'm curious to hear where folks are at. There's been discussion around increasing the timeline for breaking a lease upon a 5% or more rent increase. So we currently have it set at 20 days, and we're talking about potentially moving that up to 30 days. Gives the landlords a little bit more time to figure out their next steps. There's also the threshold that would require relocation assistance due to a rent increase. I've heard a few people say this evening that you want us to pass these policies in front of us unamended, but there is actually what I see as a flaw in our policies tonight if we were to pass them as they are, and that even with the 5% increase of rent leading to relocation assistance, there's nothing that bounds that in time. So like it could be a 5% rent increase, and then a few months later, or 4.9, and then another one. And so I really actually don't think you want us to pass this unamended. I think you'd like us to address that. When we discussed 5% before on the Land Use Committee, what we were looking at was where rent stabilization was at the legislature. And at the time, it was at 5%. And we actually held the public hearing after legislative session so we could see what happened there. And since then, the legislature did amend their bill. It didn't pass, but they did amend it up to 7%. So we've discussed potentially matching that at 7% for 2 months of rental relocation assistance, but cumulative over a 12-month period, so that we could set it at that. We've also talked about potentially eliminating the 10% threshold, just to simplify things more, less confusion, and do we need to have that part of it on there? And I just wanted to note, when it comes to rent stabilization, like I said, that the bill that ended up that died at the legislature was at 7%. Oregon's currently at 7% for their statewide rent stabilization, but also with an addition for the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, with a 10% cap. So I just say that for comparative. As for us to think about. Other cities, Tacoma is at that 5%, 10%, and a tier in between that we largely modeled tonight. Bellingham is at 8% for 3 months of rental relocation assistance. Seattle's at 10% threshold for that, and that people would receive 3 months of relocation assistance, but only for households that are 80% AMI or below. So I just share those just to help our deliberations here. And then one additional amendment that we could consider is that when in the Land Use Committee, something that kind of slipped past us as this moved forward was providing is requiring a landlord to provide a letter to the renters that would be provided by the city that shares renter rights and who they can contact if they feel like their rights have been violated. So I'll let Robert speak more to that because he's the one that brought that to my attention. So that's another amendment that we could consider this evening. And additionally, this is not something we need, this next part is not something we necessarily need to vote on this evening, but it's something that I'm curious if you all are interested in giving staff the direction to explore or further explore an idea. And that idea is creating an exemption for landlords who enter into a lease-to-own agreement with their tenants. Staff have done some high-level research around this concept, and there's both challenges and opportunities with this approach. But it could be a creative way to incorporate incentives for tenants to move into home ownership. And I am hoping we can give staff direction to further explore this kind of an exemption around a lease-to-own arrangements that are mutually beneficial, and potentially propose an approach that could pilot this concept that could include funding that would support the cost of tenant attorney fees, home inspections, appraisals, other upfront expenses that would let everybody know that it is in fact a good arrangement for everyone. So we've got some things to talk about this evening to work through where we are all at, any potential tweaks to the ordinance that we have in front of us tonight. And I'll help. I'm going to be taking notes as everybody shares where they're at and help guide us towards a motion that I feel like we can coalesce around. And so I'll be sure to, if I didn't hear somebody say something about something that I've mentioned here, I'll be sure to, bring it up again, and I'll be listening for where y'all are at, and I'll prepare a motion accordingly.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Jerome. That was very thorough for being nearly 2.5 hours in, so I appreciate that. Questions and comments for Councilmember Madrone or for Krista? Councilmember Vanderpool.
Just making sure. Procedure, this is a whole new deliberation procedure. So I'm going to go ahead and say my statement on where I am on this, and then potentially mention, if that's all okay, mention some of the items that I would be most supportive of, keeping especially. To continue on what I said earlier, Alexis de Tocqueville, who is the author of Democracy in America, also said that the greatness of America lies not in being more enlightened than any other nation, but rather in her ability to repair her faults. In this, our early nation failed to see human rights were more important than property rights. Again and again, this nation, either in slavery or in the Gilded Age in our time, we were pushed against human and property rights. Are we going to bend towards the angels of our better nature by expanding human rights, or are we going to protect the economic principles of profit? It is my moral view that I serve the rights of the individual and not companies or corporations. This is not to say that local landlords are all profit-driven or immoral. That is to say, however, that the local ordinances we passed must consider the rights of the citizen over the rights of capital. These protections are intended to keep folks from falling into homelessness. Moreover, the intent is to evenly balance the working class individual against the uneven surface of economic privilege. If you are a local landlord, we will work to ensure that you are onboarded with these new codes. Our intention is not to punish or run you out of business, but rather to protect the rights of individuals. All of this said, I look forward to our conversation on policy. We each come from different backgrounds and lived experiences. It is important that we respect each council member's backgrounds, history, and person as we move forward. With that said, the items that I the most want to hold on to the most is modifying it so that it is yearly at 5%. I believe that if we keep the 5%, if we lose the 10%, I'm okay with keeping the 5% at 2.5 months. I would like to support, of course, that memo letter to make sure that when a tenant signs or re-signs, they have a memo that specifically mentions what their rights are and who to contact in case they feel that those rights have been violated. And I also believe that this exemption to lease to own, I would like to look forward to that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Councilmember Vanderpool? Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, Councilmember Vanderpool. Did you say, I wrote down modifying to 5% total annual increase, and then did you say at 2 months or 2.5 months?
2.5 months would be preferable.
2.5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Gilman.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. First, I just again want to acknowledge and recognize that this is that the change is difficult, but the reality is our community is a majority renter community right now, and I think that over the last several years we've been looking at rental housing both as one person's investment and another person's home. And trying to find ways to better balance those two interests, create transparency, and try to create a more fair path for people to move through conflicts or end the relationship. One other thing I want to respond to the questions about who is eligible for these sorts of protections, and say for me it's not about those with the most need or a certain income threshold. For me, it's about creating a better balance of power to serve the majority of our community. So I'll run quickly through the proposed modifications. I'm broadly and strongly in support of the staff recommendation, but I'm really open to discussing modifying that cap on the late fees. The moving 20 days to 30 days to break the lease would be okay with me. The rent increase threshold, I'll listen to where that conversation's at. I'm glad that we're going to establish that program, and the specific percentage I'm not strongly wedded to. The question I have for Councilmember Madrone is about, there was also quite a bit of discussion I had and quite a bit of correspondence we received about the definition of family member, and I'm wondering if that has had additional consideration of the definition of family member within these proposed ordinances.
Yes. And I am just going to bring up something here so I can read it off quickly. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Dante. That's exactly what I was looking for. So the way that it's proposed in the ordinance in front of us this evening is the definition of family includes a spouse, domestic partner, or partner in a committed intimate relationship, or a parent, grandparent, child, grandchild, sibling, niece, or nephew, whether related by blood, marriage, domestic partnership, or committed intimate relationship. So that is what is in our ordinance this evening. So that satisfy you? All right.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilman, does that conclude your comments?
Yes, it does. It's pushing on midnight here in Washington, D.C., so that's enough for me. Yeah.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
I'll go ahead and just kind of work at that last one that we left off at, Councilmember Gilman. So that definition of family that was just read off, I also am interested in defining, putting some parameters around like what does family mean and having some guide there. I do think that we should amend it. I don't mean to get too wordsmithy, but I would like to remove the two mentions of partner and committed intimate relationship. I'm just thinking it's reducing wordiness. I mean, we already have spouse, we have marriage, then we have domestic partner, domestic partnership. It's like, yeah, I also think it's a little flowery, but I appreciate the effort. And I would also like to add, we do have niece or nephew. I'd also like to add aunt or uncle as well, just to round that out. And then I did try to look for if there was gender neutral terms for aunt and uncle. For niece and nephew, there actually is, and it was in the 1950s. It's called a nibbling, but I also don't want to make it confusing for people. But there is that. But I would like to add aunt or uncle nonetheless. And then I also think about adding, there's that portion of the end where it's like, whether related by blood, marriage, domestic partnership. And then hopefully we can take out the committed intimate relationship. Not that they're not important, but it's implied. I'd like to also add adoption, if that's all right, or something, something in that range. So then if we were to, say yes to these things, it would then read the family definition would be a spouse, domestic partner, or a parent, grandparent, child, grandchild, sibling, aunt, uncle, niece, or nephew, whether related by blood, marriage, domestic partnership, or adoption. So hoping that folks are open to that. Okay, so with that, I'll just kind of go into my thoughts on some of these line items. I am interested in. I'm open to discussion on most of these things, but the requirements for the relocation assistance. I would like to move it to 7%. I like the 2.5 month increase. The 7%, I think that it also matches well with there's two mentions of 5% in this slew of proposed tenant protections, and I'd like to make them each 7. And I like the 2.5. I also do like the income verification, and I don't mean to make it overly burdensome, but I think that it makes a lot of sense to do the 80% or less than 80% of AMI. And then I also think that it's encouraging. I think it's equitable. I think it does help in the power shifting the power balance. Although I do appreciate Councilmember Gilman's comments about that. And then I also think that it is that way of that check for landlords of saying, well, actually, no, we're not just making it a free for all. So I think that's important. Again, not trying to make it overly burdensome, but I do think it's important to verify. And sounds like there are also other cities that, or at least one that has done that, and we could find a mechanism that way. And then I also I want to talk about $10. It's I don't think it should be. I agree with the late fee cap. I just think if it's going to be $10, let's make it no dollars. And then if we move it from 10 to something else, I'd love to know why. So if it's $50, is it just because it's more than $10, and so it just sounds like that would be better, or why is that? I know that we're a very data-driven and well-researched group of folks here at the city, and I'd like to be able to point to why are we doing this. Otherwise, let's just eliminate it. Sorry, I'm almost done here. I'm open to exploring lease to own. I don't think there's any, I think that is creative. I'd be interested to know how many, I'm not sure if we can get this number, but how many opportunities like that is available anyways in the city. But I don't think there's any harm in exploring that. I think that's great. The AC units or the cooling units, I feel sort of uniquely passionate about this. I am a renter, and I've usually rented just very old places, partly because of the cost is usually lower, and also I do enjoy the vintage charm. But what I don't enjoy is not being able to have AC, even if I were to buy it myself. That I've had to kind of sneak it in the past because it was just too hot in the summer. So I'm very, very pleased that this is coming before us tonight. I, along with the rest of us, have been engaging with community members and trying to learn more about where folks stand on these different line items. But for ACs or cooling units uniquely, I just want to appreciate the new learning that I've gotten from this, from discussions with property owners and like property management companies about, why is it that we can't have it? And can't speak for everyone, but I did hear that, there's actually a bit of a liability here. So if it's, there's a couple different types, right? There's that one that is, it kind of rolls, and then there's like a tube, and then you kind of connect the tube to the window, and then there's the big box that you stick in the window. So they're different. Usually, if it's units in a multi-story building, then there is a liability that it could fall. There's a danger of it falling, like the big box one in the window could fall if it's not installed properly and then kind of maintained to make sure that it's still staying where it should be. And then there's also some damage that could be caused, right, to like the window of the building, and then also damage with leaks that can happen. So I thought that was helpful for me to know. I do feel that the cooling units should be provided by the property owners. I really do. Just as a fridge, oven, or microwave are typically provided, I would say a cooling unit is more important than a microwave for me. And thinking about, and definitely is generally less like cost burdensome. But I do think that AC units are growing in its necessities. I really appreciate that in your presentation. I think it makes sense for property owners to provide them to prevent potential cost barriers to tenants. I want tenants to be able to regulate the temperature, especially as things are getting hotter, whether they can afford an AC unit or not. I also think that it makes sense for property owners to provide them to prevent or to ensure that appropriate units are used and then that they're installed correctly. Very, very big supporter and proponent of tenants receiving information on their protections upon signing of the lease. I think it's very smart for the city to provide this, whatever way we provide it, but I'd also like it on our city website, having it very clearly stated what the tenant protections are. I don't want any of the protections getting lost in interpretation, and I don't want the onus to be on the landlord to continue just making sure that everything's correct on there and up to date. I think I'll just hold the rest of my comments for now and listen to what everyone else has to say. Thank you.
Mayor, could I ask a couple clarifying questions?
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned amending to remove partner in committed intimate relationship, and I understand that domestic partnership is a legal status. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. So by removing partner in a committed intimate relationship, it's not just additional language. It is actually an additional identity that somebody would have. So I do think that, I know it's wordy, but I do think we should leave it in there. I see fingers pointing at the attorney here.
City Attorney Mark Barber.
Thank you. The term committed intimate relationship has specific legal significance under Washington state case law. And when you talk about a domestic partnership, that is recognized by statutory law. So if you want to encompass all relationships, including those that are not recognized under state law as domestic partnerships, you need to include committed, intimate relationships. This is probably the most simple way to explain that would be common law marriage. People who they don't have a domestic partnership agreement, but they've lived together for many, many years, if that helps.
That does help, and that was exactly the point that I was going to raise. So thank you, City Attorney and Councilmember Madron.
Yeah, I've got a couple more clarifying questions. I heard you state that it's your preference that we move the threshold up to 7% and also put it at only if the household is at 80% AMI or below. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm open to it. You know, I trust the expertise on this here. I'm just thinking that there should be, you know, it's to reduce cost burden, folks, and so I do think that there should be a check.
Okay. You also said that there was another area where you wanted it also bumped up to 7%, and I have to think that that's the lease breaking component. Is that what you were?
Yes.
So we currently have it on the books that if somebody's rent goes up 5% or more, they receive a 120-day notice. So if we bump this up, so the point of having that lease breaking in there is if that 5% trigger for 120 days, they're given the notice, but they find housing before then we want them to be able to break that lease and move out. So if we bump that up to 7, it's no longer aligned with our current policy.
Oh, well, I agree with that current policy. Thank you.
Okay, great. And you also mentioned wanting to either eliminate or increase the late fee cap. It was a little confusing.
It's a little confusing to me. I just feel like it's like overly bureaucratic to be like, okay, here's $10. And so I don't feel good about that one because I don't know why. I don't feel like it's like, why not just not have it? But I'm gonna, sit and wait for thoughts of the deliberations tonight and thoughts of other council mates. But it's $10.
Okay, excellent. Those were my clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Madron. Councilmember Parsley.
I've been thinking about this one for a while. 2018 to be exact, when I was on land use and we first started talking about renter protections. My fundamental belief is housing is a right. We declared a housing homelessness crisis in 2018 as a council, and we built a one community plan. I take that plan seriously. It was not built by the council. It was not built by staff. It was built by the community. And part of that one community plan is housing security. In 2017, when I ran for office, the number of people that were housing insecure in Thurston County was 41%. Last I heard it was 48%, so I'm astounded to see 54%. And I can't help myself, I'm a scientist. I did a little bit of calculations. If we have roughly 54,000 people in Olympia, that's 29,000 people are renters. If 54% of those 29,000 are housing insecure, that means 16,000 people in Olympia are housing insecure. That's really scary to me, having been on council through building a homelessness crisis and knowing, I think, like Talana Reed said, and I did listen even though it wasn't here, we've got 2 trains on the track. One is a housing crisis and one is a homeless crisis, and they're going together, and they're going very fast. I also believe in the work, Shauna, that you did with the Oli Strong, and that if we're going to have a stable, sustainable, resilient economy, we have to provide certain things, and it is besides food and a living wage and childcare, it's housing security. And as a small business owner, I know that if you're going to have employees that stay with you and are happy, you have to provide a living wage. But you also have to find a way to build housing that's affordable. Jessica Bateman loves to say this. Currently, Washington State's 250,000 units shy of what we need for housing. We heard from Thurston Regional Planning, Olympia's 300 units shy each year. So we have to build housing, but we have to make the people that are currently in rental secure. And it's part of our economy. So as I look at these rental protections, I am 100% in support of them, and I'm open to some of the negotiations. I just want to say that I think this is super important work we're doing. So the first thing I want to talk about is the cooling units. There's a heat plan that's about to be built by Thurston County Health Department, and in that heat plan, they're going to require one cooling room per housing unit. And that's what they're going to go for. That's what the Physicians for Social Responsibility is working with the Thurston County Health Department. Because in Vancouver, when we had that heat dome, 56% of the people that died during that heat dome, and Vancouver, BC was the center of it, were in their own homes. So we need to be able to do that. So I like what Mayor Pro Tem is talking about, but also, and Pamela Braff's not here, so she'd probably roll over on me, but we should be looking at purchase programs so that we can help landlords purchase these and renters purchase these and look at some of the heat pumps that actually provide cooling as well as heating in the winter. But I do think I think that's an excellent piece, and it could become part of our county health department requirements. As far as the fee cap goes, I hadn't thought about no fee, but $10 is fine with me. I do think 30 days to break a lease is good. I think it's a reasonable request by the landlords. Now, as far as the threshold for when we have the things kicked in, if the state's going to go to 7%, this is a question for our lawyer. Will it preempt our current renter protections if they go to a rent cap at 7%? In other words, will we be restricted by the state law?
We would be restricted by state law.
So that might make it so that 7% might be something we want to consider, even though it's not in alignment with our current, it's just something to think about. My other question is, because I wasn't in land use, why did we move from 2 months to 3 months? Is there rationale when we moved up to a 10% increase?
That was what the Land Use Committee decided on after deliberating over other policies passed in other jurisdictions. It's modeled after Tacoma. But I think the intent is to try to curb the really extreme rent increases we're seeing in our community.
Okay. I guess that. I just... and can I ask Councilmember Vanderpool, when you said 2.5, you were talking about 2.5 months as opposed to 3?
Yeah, if we're going to move to make any changes and we remove the 10%, I would want the 5% to be 2.5 months.
Okay. I like the 1 year cumulative, by the way, Councilmember Madron. I think that we should be putting that language in for sure. I'm okay with how the council feels about the 10%, and I absolutely 100% agree with Councilmember Vanderpool about the renter rights letter. Should be absolutely something we talk about. As far as the lease to own, I'm open to it for the future.
Thank you, Councilmember Parsley. Any questions or comments for Councilmember Parsley? Okay. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Thank you to our staff team for jumping through hoops to help us stay as modern as we can in this conversation, particularly with passage of big solutions in Bellingham and Tacoma in the fall. We knew that Olympia needed to be looking at this picture continually, like we have, and I'll push back even more on the we just started this. I believe that we had a ad hoc committee on housing and homelessness in 2015 that asked for tenant protections. And we've done a few things along the way. This is an ongoing conversation. I don't think that this is even the end of the package. There are still conversations that are active in land use, and I'll ask for a clarification on one. But I wanted to see if there's currently, Krista, is there any current law around late fees? Or is the state or the Fed silent on that?
They're like in the state landlord tenant law, they amended that a couple years ago, where there's no cap on the amount of late fees you can charge, but there is a cap on what can be collected in a judgment from an eviction. So that was capped at $75.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And then along Councilor Huen's line of questioning, we also talked in land use about a Tacoma policy that was passed last July that required a check of income to rent ratio to not be more than 1/3 of a tenant's income. Is that still active in land use?
So we, at the public hearing, we heard some comments about tenant screening policies, and there weren't any specific policies being proposed at that time, just some sample policies from other jurisdictions and places around the country and what they've done. So I think that that's something that land use will continue to pursue on their work plan.
Yeah, and I lift that up because that's something that there's still some conversations we're having that we need a lot more information to be able to think about how to implement and what the implications would be. And I think a lot of it is around making sure that people aren't rented into a situation where they are house poor. So if you're paying more than 1/3 of your income for your house, it's not affordable, regardless of your income. And that's the conversation that we've been having for quite a while. And we've had to focus on the emergent needs, our most vulnerable community members. We created a regional housing council. We built, I want to say, somewhere upwards of 500 units of permanent supportive housing together as a region. We're housing hundreds of people in tiny homes. And the legislature says, wait for us and thank you, but we've been waiting, and Olympia needs to drive ahead with all due respect to Representative Barkas. And so I want to also thank the county for sending us a letter. I got asked last week by a member of the commission if it was a good idea, and I said, that'd be great. We'd love to hear your input. We'd also love to see you talk about renter protections in Thurston County in the unincorporated area, because this is a conversation that needs to apply to every renter in our broader community. In fact, I think, largely continuing this conversation in Olympia because of work that Tumwater did. In fact, Tumwater was leading the way in renter protections when we started the Regional Housing Council, and we really hoped that we could get to talking about policy like that at a regional level, which the council is just now starting to be able to do as we get more and more permanent supportive housing in place. So it's great to have the county at the table, and I look forward to that letter turning into some awesome work on their part. Councilor Madrone, I'm generally in agreement with the modifications that you're proposing, though I'm inclined to stay at 5, and if the state jumps to 7, then we can modify our policies. Definitely like the 12-month look at that picture so that it has some time horizon. And I'm glad we got the family thing worked out. I wonder if one place to start with cooling units besides current rentals is looking at our eds and making sure that we can that we do have that maybe it's a full HVAC that is required in facilities in our community, whether commercial or residential, because as we know, our air quality can be bad as well, and those advanced filtration that comes with air conditioning is an important part of that. And I think that gets me there. So,
thank you. Council Member Parsley.
Actually, this was, I'm sort of delayed here. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. You were talking about having some income brackets on some of this with 80% AMI. Maybe? Okay.
Some sort of verification.
Okay, some sort of verification. I guess what I'm concerned about is if we put 80% and our workforce is at AMI and they're at housing insecure, I would be reluctant to go down to 80% because we need to take care of the workforce housing.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I hear you on that. I'm just saying that there is some, I think I'm not sort of married to the 80%. It's just saying, and I'm not, married to saying no to 10. It's just like, why? So it's just, what is the reason? And if it's 10, let's just eliminate it. Though, when it comes to the income verification, I think that there should be one, and I think that there should also be, it's also for that opportunity for folks that, maybe they change, right? When they first, if it's verified by whatever they submitted in order to qualify for the lease, then people's income changes. So just trying to account for that, but again, not trying to make it overly burdensome for renters.
I totally agree with accounting for it. Can I ask a question, Krista, in case I'm putting you on the spot? I remember a work session where we were talking about the housing needs, and one of the biggest housing needs was actually not the lowest, but it was like, I think 60% to 125% AMI. Am I correct?
I'm not certain on that. I don't know if
Looks like
for the projected housing needs for what we'll need in the future. Is that possibly what you're
and then I guess where I'm sitting is I understand verification of income. I'm just reluctant to go below AMI and make that a boundary.
One consideration just for Seattle, which has the 80% AMI requirement to receive the relocation assistance when the rent increases. They actually manage that themselves, so the landlord doesn't verify the tenant income, and then the city collects the payment from the landlord to provide to the tenant. So I just want to let you know kind of how I've seen that work from Seattle, and there are then requirements for the city to hold that money and disperse that money and administer that.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper, followed by Councilmember Vanderpool.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking for, Councilmember Huen. So there's 3 buckets of relocation, and only one of them requires any income threshold at all. The other 2, there's no income threshold. Are you saying that you want to add an income threshold to those other 2 buckets of relocation assistance?
I'm just trying to understand the differences and if we can streamline them all. So, and I got a little confused in the presentation. It was a great presentation. So I just want to understand that better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask that question because to Krista's point, in the other 2 buckets, if we start adding things, they will become programs that will cost money that we'll have to find fee money to pay for to administer, and I don't think that's a spot we're in at this point, or really in the near term. That's just my opinion.
Before going to Councilmember Vanderpool, Councilmember Madron, did you have something relevant on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something like why have the threshold for one type of relocation and assistance and not the other? Like that's your question, right? Yeah. So the reason is because the state made a law about one and not the other. So we're kind of for the when it's relocation assistance, when that does require that, the state has already created how cities have to do it. When it comes to economic displacement, there's no state law that tells us how we have to do it, so we can do it how we like. Does that make sense? Does that help?
It helps. I do think that we should. I do think that we should streamline it still. I'm curious in bringing that to the fold, and if there's not interest on it, then there's not interest.
Any additional questions or comments for the Mayor Pro Tem? Or for Councilmember Cooper, who I believe spoke last. Councilmember Gilman.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. I just wanted to either clarify or reiterate my concern about adding the income verification to the other 2 categories of the economic rent increase based displacement. And as Councilmember Parsley was saying, when we had Thurston Regional Planning do our housing forecast survey that was part of the Housing Action Plan, it was clear that that this issue of being rent burdened is not unique to people with the lowest income or in the least expensive apartments. And I think we have to respect that these both the imbalance of power and the challenges of being rent burdened extend up to people of various incomes. So I would be opposed to adding an income threshold to the displacement assistance.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilman, and I want to apologize, Councilmember Vanderpool, for missing you. Councilmember Vanderpool.
It's a good conductive conversation. If I get moved on past, it's fine. I'm glad we're having it. So about the junk fees and the why 10%, right? $10, sorry, not 10%, $10. It's this coffee isn't working as well as I thought it would. To me, it comes down to the fact that a working class person, $10 is by percentage is a lot different for someone working on minimum wage than someone who is an upper middle class person. And so to me, if we leave it at $10, it is more in line with a working class person's income than, say, going beyond that. Because if we go beyond that, in my mind, we'll start to become arbitrary and to the point where it isn't serving the working class that it should. Kind of qualitatively answering that.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanderpool. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm also interested in serving the working class. I hope that through time that you can get that from me and trust that. I just think if it's $10, I want to be able to say, why is it $10? And if it really is $10, I get it, that it's different to different people, different amounts of money, depending on how much you have. That is not lost on me. It's also $10. It's a bit of a formality. If it's going to be $10, I feel like we should just eliminate it. That's just how I feel.
Okay. Councilmember Parsley.
Do we know if any jurisdictions have totally eliminated the fee? Sorry to drag on this conversation.
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from council before I? Okay. Yeah. So now it's my turn. So I think much of what I would say this evening has been said to some degree or another. But I do want to start by saying I want to be clear that there has never been a time that I have been on this body that I have not been for expanding additional tenant protections, period. I may have done a very good job at maintaining a poker face, I guess. But I did so because I wanted our community to, really understand that I am listening to each and every one of you who come to speak, and I am giving consideration to all of you, whether you are a tenant, a landlord, and that's why we have these proposed amendments before us that we're talking about this evening. With that being said, I really just want to be clear that this is really not something that is new. We said in the city's housing action plan that we eventually would be taking action on these items and that we would be doing something to address this situation for our tenants that continues to just become more and more unsustainable over time. And I have seen, several community members come into this chamber and beg us to do something about their situation. And our hands have been tied due to the state's making it illegal to provide rent control or stabilization in the state of Washington. And this is something that we can do. And our community is asking us to intervene. We can monitor these policies over the next several years to analyze their impacts, I will be the first to say that there probably will be impacts, but that should not stop us in our tracks from trying to do something about the fact that half of the renters in our community, who are half of the people of our community, are really struggling and having a difficult time. And I've seen it for myself. And Councilmember Cooper, you mentioned earlier about wanting to see the county do something in this regard and in this space as well. And I agree, because if they do not, and we continue this situation, we know where those people end up. They end up in downtown Olympia on our streets. And so I agree with you that I think our county should be exploring similar policies as well. I will add that I am, for the most part, in favor of the modifications that are before us this evening. That includes, for me, I don't necessarily want to get into a $10 or not $10 or $25 debate. I am fine with just going with it as is, as proposed. If that will help us reach consensus, I think that that's something that's fairly reasonable, consistent with pretty much close to what you said about credit card late fees. Councilmember Vanderpool, you made a very compelling point about why it is set at that rate. And as far as total elimination, I think that there has to be some kind of incentive for people to pay. And so I think that's reasonable. To completely eliminate it, I think, is not acknowledging that point. And so I don't necessarily agree with that. I do support a lease to own exemption and looking into that, as well as making sure that tenant protections are accessible on the city's website. I would like to see that as well, very clearly outlined. In terms of income verification or below 80% AMI, I believe that's how we've operated, thus far, and so that's pretty consistent with what we've been doing, and so, I'm fine with that. And so I just want to again thank the community. I recognize that this is something that is very difficult. We are going to have members of our community that are not happy one way or the other. They're not going to be happy if we adopt these policies, and they're not going to be happy if we're going to, or if we don't. And so, I will say that I hear you. We hear you. And the reality is that for those organizations or companies that are corporations, they are getting wealthier and wealthier. And the middle class and the upper middle class are having to battle this out, as you can see in this room right now, between property owners and tenants, while these companies continue to get wealthier and wealthier. And so that's why I will be voting in the affirmative for these tenant protections this evening. Thank you.
You made a motion at me there. I wasn't sure what that meant, Mayor Pro Tem.
Could we go? Oh, yeah. You're not picking it up. Could we go through each line item? Yeah. And then could you pause and then we can do like a yay or nay for them? Because it's a little.
Yep.
And there's a couple that are unresolved that we do not have consensus on. So I'll save those for the end. But I'll go through what I've heard so far.
Thank you, Councilmember Madro.
So I hear consensus from everyone on requiring landlords to provide tenants at the time of lease signing a letter written by the city that identifies the rights of renters and who to contact if they feel those rights have been violated. I think we're all in agreement with modifying the definition of family to include aunt, uncle, and family by adoption. Did I miss one? Oh, no, okay. You looked at me. I haven't heard any opposition to increasing the timeline for breaking a lease upon a 5% or more rent increase from 20 days to 30 days. I think we're in alignment there. I haven't heard, I've heard some conditions around this one, but I haven't heard anybody outright opposed to eliminating that 10% threshold for the economic displacement relocation assistance, with more to discuss on the other one. One thing, Mayor Pro Tem, when I heard you say that you would like AC to be provided by the property owner, I think we should discuss that a little bit more, because one thing that we've heard from tenants is that when they want to use a more efficient window unit, the landlord says, no, use the other kind that doesn't have to go in the window. And that's not preferred by all tenants because they're not as efficient, that their energy bills go up, they don't work as well. So I would hesitate to making that a requirement at this point. But I do like Councilmember Parsley's idea around supporting getting more units in, creating an incentive-based program around that, rather than requiring the property owner to do it, because then the tenant might not actually get what they need. Does that make sense?
Yes, I don't completely agree, because there's also, I think in your example, you're showing folks that have shared with you the experience of wanting to upgrade to a different AC unit. And in my experience, and we all hold our own, but in my experience, there's many tenants that just want a AC unit. So I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to choose. I'm just trying to get at that need. And if we're going to talk about it or pick it up at another time, I'd like to just make sure that we do that.
Sure.
And pick it up.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, the point of this, tenants can bring their own in unit one in most places. I don't think that that's the problem. The problem is the window units that are more efficient, cheaper to operate, and more efficient.
When you say that that tenants are already bringing, you're talking about they buy it from the store, right? And then they bring it into their units, right? Is that what you're saying? The first part of it?
I'm talking about usually when they're not allowed to install an AC unit, it's because it is the kind that goes in the window. Which are the kinds that are better at cooling, cheaper to operate. And so they can already use certain types of AC units that don't go in the window. And my concern is if we require property owners to provide that, then that's what tenants will get when we're hearing that they can already get those kind, and that's not what they want for better cooling.
I hear what you're saying. It's just not my experience. And it's not the experiences of people I know. I'd like there to be a requirement that there is going to be AC. So that's what I'm trying to get at. But keep going.
Okay. I see a hand from, sorry, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Parsley.
I think we should maybe park this also to see what the county health department does with the heat plan coming forward, because it may not be a requirement but strongly recommended, and then we could be in alignment with whatever heat plan comes forward.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Well, and I'll just add to that, if it's okay, Mayor, that to me that conversation is about thresholds for environmental control and what the environment can be in the room, and not what equipment is installed. So if we have a policy conversation, it should be about climate control and not, he said or she said around what kind of air conditioner.
Exactly.
So I think that's a great land use conversation by itself.
Exactly. And the reason for that is because I think it's mostly it's a conversation around health and safety, and them providing that for those basic things for tenants. So I concur. Mayor Pro Tem?
I can recognize that what we have currently before us is progress, so I will say that. And also, I grow impatient every single year, and it gets hotter and hotter. And I hope that there's many people out there enjoying whatever way of cooling that they are. And also, there are so many neighbors that are, going somewhere else or trying to figure it out or sweating it out in their apartments, and it gets hotter and hotter and hotter. So if I seem passionate and dug in on this one, it's just happening. It's not even every summer. It just happens sporadically. And so I can recognize that that tonight is progress. So that's what I'll say. We can move on.
Okay. Okay, and so there are two areas where I haven't heard full agreement, where we should maybe have a little bit more discussion. One of those is the threshold for economic displacement relocation assistance. There's been discussion of 5% and of 7%, both over a 12-month period. So that is a change we would make regardless. And then there's been the discussion around the requirement that the tenant have be at that 80% AMI or less threshold. And then, Robert, you've brought up maybe boosting it up to 2.5 months of relocation assistance. So this is one where we're not exactly all over the place, but we're not in one place. So if we could discuss this one a little bit further, I'll just note that when it comes to the 80% AMI or less, that those are the folks that get relocation assistance. I think people at 100% AMI would struggle with relocation costs. I think it would be incredibly burdensome to try to manage that. I think it would complicate things more than we would like. So I'll just note that. But I think we need to talk about that 5% and 7%. I think that's the crux of where we're at with this.
Well, I guess I can kick off that discussion. First of all, I will say increasing the threshold for 2 months of relocation assistance from 5 to 7%, I am in favor of doing that. I don't know if I was clear on that. And also putting some sort of time frame around the breaking the lease component of that from 20 to 30 days. I could go either way on this, honestly. It's not something that my heels are dug in on. I just want to protect renters. So, I feel like that's sort of the 7% standard is what we know where the state is at, and so that is consistent, and that is an explanation that I can offer to the community, and as you mentioned earlier, that's also where the state of Oregon is.
Oregon's actually at 7% plus CPI with a cap at 10%. So I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, understood.
For rent stabilization.
Sure. Okay. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Is I would be in favor of that in general.
So you'd be good with either, is what I heard. Okay. The one person who didn't express an explicit opinion on it was Councilmember Gilman. So I'm curious, Councilmember Gilman, where you're at.
In terms of the which percentage for the rent increase threshold?
Correct.
I think that the 7% and making it annual makes a lot of sense to me, and having the 2.5% and not pursuing the 2.5 months and not pursuing the 3 months at 10% makes sense to me also. Is that enough?
I was a little bit confused. So you would like to boost it up to 2.5 months as well?
Yes, both your initial proposal of annualizing it but raising it from 5% to 7%, and then I appreciated Robert's suggestion or Councilmember Vanderpool's suggestion that rather than 2 months at 5% and 3 months at 10%, that at the 7% we do 2.5 months.
Yeah, that's that middle option that Tacoma has. Jim? Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. I'll go with that as long as we can keep it at 2.5. So the 7 will be adequate for me if that's the case.
It's this is what compromise and working together is about, You know, I really want it to be at 5%. But if I'm outvoted here and I'm in a position where, you know, we have to move this forward in one way, 7% at 2.5 months, I'm not gonna lie, it bothers me a little bit, but that's how the process goes. Yeah. So.
Okay, so what I'm hearing us kind of coalescing around is adjusting the threshold for economic displacement relocation assistance to 7% over a 12-month period for 2.5 months of relocation assistance. 2.5 months of rent for relocation. Okay, and the final thing we haven't we were a little all over the place on was the late fee cap. How are we doing on that? I've heard people say that they're fine where we're at. I've heard people say we want to boost it up or get rid of it. So,
probably unpopular here, but I think the $10 is. I'm not convinced that it's enough to incentivize. I hear that also landlords would still be able to do the 14-day, eviction notice. Though I think the $10 is sort of a kind of a insulting amount, and I think if it's going to be that low, then it should just be none. I really do. And also, like, what is the so what are other ways that we could, incentivize someone to pay for their rent? Like, is there if people can't pay for their rent, I'm not sure that $10 would help. I mean, doesn't make it that's just where I'm at.
Do you have a recommendation?
Well, other than moving it to 0, is that I just think that tonight, because I know that you had mentioned, through discussions with community members and council colleagues before tonight, to moving it to $50. I know that you had said that. I heard from some council member $30, but I just, that's more than $10. But my goal here is not to get it to be a lot more. It's just, where we can, let's just eliminate the bureaucracy, and then unless we have something to point to definitively to be like, yes, this is a well-informed amount. Percentage, maybe it's not even a dollar amount. It's a program that could help someone, like something to actually help someone go and pay for their rent. I just, Does that help at all?
No.
Thank you.
You asked.
Well, I will try to put a bow on this discussion. So I believe that this recommendation was something that we heard during a public hearing, if I remember correctly, which is why we went back to looking at why it is set at $10. And from our deliberations this evening, what I heard was, why would it be more than $10? Is it just because it's somewhere between 10 and 50? And that's a fair question to be asking about why are we just going to increase it. And then we heard from Krista that the fee is something that is pretty consistent with what other communities have already done. And so there is something to point to as to why it is set at that rate. And so although I think that, sure, $10 is not an astronomical amount of money, Councilmember Vanderpool spoke to earlier as to, why that might be, it could affect someone's pockets that's making minimum wage or what have you. And so I'm inclined to say that although I think listening to what we heard from in the public hearing should be taken into consideration, we don't have a justification for choosing a higher number. And therefore, I think that we should just simply adopt it as proposed, as we did it the first time around. And that is my recommendation on what to do. And hopefully that handles the conversation.
I'm ready to make a motion if you'd like. I move to approve the ordinance amending OMC 5.82 related to relocation assistance and additional renter protections with the following amendments. Requiring landlords to provide tenants at the time of lease signing a letter written by the city that identifies the rights of renters and who to contact if they feel those rights have been violated. To add to the definition of family, add aunt, uncle, and family by adoption. Increase the timeline for breaking a lease upon a notice of 5% or more rent increase from 20 days to 30 days. Adjust the threshold for economic displacement relocation assistance to 7% over a 12-month period at 2.5 months of rent for assistance. Eliminate the 10% threshold for economic displacement relocation assistance, and also to direct staff to further explore a pilot project for lease-to-own arrangements that would be exempt from these policies.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so finally, we will be moving on to item 6B, which is approval of an ordinance amending the Olympia Municipal Code 18.06, commercial districts to allow drive-throughs in mixed-use developments along downtown entry corridors via portions of Plum Street. And here to present this evening on this item is Casey Schaffler, the Associate Planning in our Community Planning and Development Department.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I appreciate you folks holding out for this tonight. For the record, my name is Casey Schaffler, and I'm an Associate Planner with Community Planning and Development. I'm here to present to you the requested code amendment and subsequent recommendation for change to OMC Chapter 1806, commercial districts related to specifically to drive-throughs. This is just a brief summary of this amendment application's history. You'll note that it was submitted as a request in September 29, 2023. I would like to point out that the Planning Commission received a briefing on this topic prior to the public hearing and held deliberations at the meeting following the public hearing. In total, the Planning Commission convened 3 separate meetings to review this application for amendment. The draft ordinance before you this evening reflects the recommendations of the Land Use and Environment Committee, which met on February 21st of this year to review the recommendation of the Planning Commission. This is the section of municipal code that is being requested for you to consider for amendment, and I have underlined the most relevant portion for added emphasis this evening. This ordinance would replace the language of the previous slide, and the key points of change are outlined here. A conditional use permit falls under a Type 2 or Type 3 permit, requiring approval either from the Director of Community Planning and Development for Type 2 conditional use permits or the hearing examiner for Type 3 conditional use permits. For your information, an accessory use is defined in municipal code as incidental and subordinate to the principal use. For example, a coffee shop must still have an indoor space for retail sales and ordering, and a restaurant would be similarly considered along with food service on-site in a dining area. Additionally, the draft text before you tonight requires pedestrian safety measures needed dependent on any proposed drive-through lane. This amendment was evaluated for compliance with the comprehensive plan. While the comp plan tends to emphasize pedestrian amenities and modes of transportation other than automobiles, the comp plan specifically requires limiting drive-throughs to the vicinity of Plum Street and I-5. Additionally, Plum is identified as an auto-oriented civic boulevard that serves as a gateway into the downtown core and state capitol campus. The engineering and design development standards, as well as the downtown design criteria, further identify Plum as a primarily auto-oriented street type, arterial and downtown entry street, respectively. These street types are identified on the maps before you here. So on the left, you'll note that Plum, and you can see Fifth and Union is the designated area for this particular amendment. Plum is the north-south moving between those two arrows, and it is an arterial street type per our engineering design and development standards. And then when you look to the right map, street types are designated under our downtown design review chapter. Plum Street is identified as a downtown entry street up to East Bay, all the way down through Henderson. These are the recommended amendments from the Olympia Planning Commission, revised and further recommended by the Land Use and Environment Committee. The original application broadly mentioned mixed use in conjunction with housing. The Planning Commission wanted to solidify that commitment to housing by requiring 2 full floors of residential use. The Olympia Planning Commission reduced the eligible area to 8th Avenue in recognition of the bike corridor that runs through 7th Avenue. The Land Use and Environment Committee recommends retaining the original requested eligible area of 5th Avenue to Union while concurring with the housing language. I want to note that drive-ins are distinguished from drive-throughs in that drive-ins are restaurants providing service to customers remaining in their vehicles while parked on the premises, and that is being removed under this particular section for amendment. Finally, this map highlights the area of Plum Street that would be eligible for consideration of new drive-throughs under this proposed ordinance. Please note that only properties with a frontage directly on Plum are affected by this proposed change. Also note that transportation engineering requirements would typically not allow ingress or egress directly from Plum Street for new developments unless required based on a traffic impact assessment that dictates it must be from that street and not one of the side streets. OMC chapters 1806 and 18120, the commercial chapter and the design review chapter, respectively, create multiple siting restrictions and requirements. Engineering requirements will further constrain site feasibility. Even if determined feasible upon review by planning and engineering staff, further issues not addressed by existing code may be mitigated through additional conditions as imposed by the Director of Planning and Development or the hearing examiner as applicable by the permit type. The drive-through prohibition passed in the 1990s predates many of the requirements now in effect in these municipal code chapters and engineering development standards. The proposed ordinance includes new provisions for site plan safety requirements for pedestrians and bicyclists, as well as a provision regarding meeting stacking requirements of the parking chapter for drive-throughs. Approval of future proposed drive-throughs is by no means guaranteed if this ordinance is adopted. But adoption would at least allow for the consideration of drive-through proposals that we would otherwise turn away outright under the current code. As you may have seen in my slide appendices, I've tried to provide some rather verbose technical information related to several chapters of our municipal code. I've also provided maps that were requested throughout this process. I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have this evening. On the next slide, I do provide a draft motion and then additional slides if you would like to discuss any of those maps or other chapter details. Otherwise, that concludes my brief on this recommendation for the requested code amendment, and I appreciate your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you very much, Casey. Before, I know that Councilmember Madrone has some prepared comments for this agenda item as well, but before I turn it over to her, any questions from the dais? Councilmember Parsley.
And maybe it's because I'm not an engineer, just so I understand, when you said egress off and on Plum, are you indicating, can you give me a little more information on that, I guess?
Yes. So if the parcel where a new drive-through would be proposed doesn't currently have curb cuts for going in and out of that particular complex, we would more likely than not direct those off of Plum Street to the side streets. If it does have a current curb cut and it's proposed for redevelopment, we would still likely require that they have access to that lot and to the services on that lot from a side street where it's not an arterial street like Plum Street.
I guess I have one more question. On your conditions, there was safety. Is that referring to if this was below a residential building exhaust?
That could certainly be part of the consideration. Under 1870, which is our review or the administrative for permit applications, conditional use permits really allow a lot of flexibility for both staff, the director, or the hearing examiner to add requirements to a site plan and the application in order for approval. So it's I would say it's very broad in what we could include under a conditional use permit. So it basically allows us to identify any unmitigated issues. Safety, exhaust certainly could be one of those considerations. And if we are concerned of exhaust going into residential windows, things like that, we could identify ways that they could either redirect that, capture that, or move that drive lane a certain distance away from where residential units would be proposed. So it's very dependent on the site plan.
Thank you, Casey. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Just a quick question for Casey. Casey, is it possible that a project along this corridor, if we pass this amendment, could trigger more improvements to the bicycle lane across Plum?
It's possible. If it depends largely on the frontage improvements that would be required and the redevelopment thereof. So again, conditional use permit, if we identify any sort of issues that might need additional safety requirements for crossing, we could potentially impose those as a condition on approval.
Thank you. And I'll just a quick comment on that one. The reason I ask it is when the council previously adopted the improvements for the crossing that are there now, we chose sort of a medium price, medium safety set of improvements rather than like a stoplight or the full most expensive, safest options that we had in front of us. So I think there are still other options, particularly around the bike corridor crossing, that I just wanted to bring into the record for this conversation. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. All right, Councilmember Madrone.
Don't worry, my comments aren't nearly as long as they were for the last one. And I just want to note that we moved this item from the last business meeting to this one so that it wouldn't be at the end of a long meeting. So, on the Land Use Committee, we are occasionally requested to consider changes both to the comprehensive plan and to our city code through a formal process that can be initiated by any individual. So that's what this is right here, is something brought forward by an individual asking us to make a change. That goes through the Planning Commission, goes through land use, and now here it is in front of us at council. And so it's kind of a funny process because, obviously, if somebody's requesting this kind of change, it's because they've got something in mind that they'd like to do, right? People don't randomly request changes like this. But I just want to reiterate that, our job this evening is not to consider whether or not there's a particular project that we want to have happen because of this, because it could enable other projects as well, right? And whatever project that somebody has has in mind might never happen anyway, even if we make this change. So really our decision this evening is, is about any project that could result under this code and whether or not that's in alignment with our goals as a community. And so, ultimately the way that I see this decision in front of us is, do we want to use drive-throughs as a tool to gain more housing on this stretch of road? That's kind of the conversation that we had in the Land Use Committee on this proposed change, and the recommendation that's in front of you that did come on a split vote. We had a considerable discussion and debate on this one, and our discussion ranged from the future of Plum Street and whether we can expect that to remain highly auto-centric, the existing land use in that area and the existing drive-throughs in that area, our processes that we have at the city and that would be used to mitigate the impacts of a drive-through for pedestrians and bicyclists. And then also, if drive-throughs could ever be a part of a community that has really strong values around active transportation. So we had a very thorough conversation around this in land use. Interestingly, we had two former council members who weighed in on this issue too. Hi, Karen. We have one who's really adamantly opposed to this recommendation, and particularly in this area due to impacts on alternative transportation and climate impacts. We had another former council member who weighed in, who was actually a part of the decision to ban drive-throughs across the city initially, and her perspective was that she's supportive of this, and she recognizes that not only does the city have updated processes to mitigate the impacts of a drive-through, but it could incentivize more housing in the downtown area, bringing more people within a walkable distance. And so she saw that as kind of mitigating the impacts of, the climate impacts of a drive-through and creating more walkability because you have more people living close to the downtown. So, and I think I wanted to highlight these two positions because I think they really perfectly articulate the very reasonable discourse around this issue, why someone might fall one way or the other. And it's because we have conflicting values, as a city. It's throughout our comprehensive plan. Yes, we want to get more housing. Yes, we want to be super friendly for pedestrians and bicyclists. And, so that's what's at play here. So personally, I did vote in favor of the recommendation out of land use. And I think for myself, largely, that was to put this other option on the table. I did not actually agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation just because I think that the limited geography of it and the development that was already in that area, I just don't think anything would have come out of it. So what's the point of doing it at all? And so I wanted it to be on the table for us to consider that expanded area out to Fifth Avenue. And I'm really curious to hear what people think about it. I'm personally kind of on the fence still. So I'm really interested to hear what other folks have to say about it. And I would also like to invite the other two land use committee members to kind of share where they're at, since we kind of had three different perspectives within our little group. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilmember Vanderpool.
And now for the opposition statement. I did cut some of this down, so. Well, I know. So last month, I voted against the zoning amendment to allow drive-throughs on Plum Street. Then I had very few words to say outside of my kind of initial shock. It takes but a few poor examples of land management to turn a street into a hostile environment. And just because we did it in the past doesn't mean we ought to continue to subsidize auto-centric development. I mean, ask yourselves, how equitable does a drive-through make our city streets? Children, the elderly, folks who rely on wheelchairs to go are the first to go when a large SUV runs late out of a drive-through onto Plum. David Byrne said it best when he said that children are the indicator species. If we can build a successful city for children, then we will have a successful city for all people. As stewards of public policy, we control a very few places, and streets are perhaps the largest part of it. and because change requires decisions that create an environment that we want to live in. More specifically, what would the purpose of housing be in an environment so hostile to the health and safety of those who live above or near it and around automotive development? Air quality, sound pollution, tire pollution, blind spot collisions created by the trend towards larger vehicles, 3 of which do not go away with electric vehicles. Among other, and many other short and long-term negative factors, we should never choose to ignore our health and safety. There are consequences that other cities have created for themselves because they have chose to convert the streets into dangerous, unsafe, and environmentally harmful no places because they needed jobs or housing or freeway access. We know that every continuation of this development pattern continues to produce and induce demand. The concept that serving an automotive transportation need will eventually call for more automotive needs. The concept that urban planning writer Jeff Speck called the great intellectual black hole in city planning, the one professional certainty that every thoughtful person seems to acknowledge, but yet almost no one is willing to act upon. Moreover, if we keep this up, we will never meet our climate or safety goals. We cannot and should not throw away our goals for easy solutions. If we do, we are not measuring our decisions against our own convictions and abilities to solve obvious safety concerns. Again, we have an opportunity to move away from destructive land use conformities. Just because car-centric development exists today does not mean we should continue to develop a model that harms our public safety, environment, and accessibility. Those standards of living we all require when we all agree to climate, safety, and urban goals in our long-term planning. We must consider the very long-term effects of allowing disinvestment in our city. What would the purpose be for us to agree to climate, safety, accessibility goals when we're considering a choice that contradicts these same goals? If you plan your city for cars and traffic, you get cars and traffic. If you plan for people and places, you get people and places. I cannot consciously vote for more cars.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanderpool. Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen.
Thank you. I appreciate the thoughtful and robust deliberation of both the Planning Commission and also the Council's Land Use and Environment Committee. I know this wasn't an easy decision for you three. And then also, Casey, thank you so much for the presentation and for staying with us this late hour. I'm just going to kind of go through my reasonings quickly. I'm sure if you have any questions, you'll ask. So just taking into account Olympia's climate goals, our desire for increased multimodal modes of transportation, including walkability, the health and safety of residents that would, theoretically be living up or around this possible drive-throughs, and then that being that I think the quality of health and safety would go down, including pedestrian and bicycle safety in the area, which again, multimodal modes of transportation is something we're trying to increase. I also care a lot about small local businesses, and I know that many, if not all of us, do on council, and I wouldn't want to blanket it, but drive-throughs are often not small local businesses. They're often large chain businesses, and so that is a factor for me too. I think that we've done things as a city to incentivize development in our city, and for me, this is too much a compromise of our already stated values. So tonight, the ideas of having allowing any sort of future drive-throughs is going to be a no for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any questions or comments for the Mayor Pro Tem? All right. Any additional comments from council? Councilmember Gilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Payne, there we go. Unmuted, hand lowered. What I would, I'm also opposed to accepting this amendment. And what the discussions that I've had with folks make me think that we put off making clear decisions about the area between Plum Street and East Side Street. There are like 7 different zoning categories across there. We never clarified in the downtown strategy work whether it was part of the East Side neighborhood as a residential neighborhood or it was more part of downtown. And I would urge us not to make piecemeal decisions that might commit that Plum Street corridor to being auto dependent or having auto dependent businesses, and that instead we pick back up and put energy around making those decisions about the zoning and about the vision for the growth of downtown towards the east. I think we all share a vision for a walkable, safe, healthy, livable city, and we should be intentional rather than piecemeal in making major decisions like this.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilman. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. Like Councilmember Madrone said, this is a tough one. It's a values conflict, and for me, the two are around housing and climate. I believe that the safety and environmental health, the comments that have been made, while valid, would be addressed in a project. One of the hardest things that for me in this job has been separation of kind of higher level policy and project level policy. And that's the challenge with this. In fact, it's been kind of interesting to see mythological projects pop up along this corridor with the community buzz, just like making things up. But it also, to Councilmember Gilman's point, it identifies an opportunity to look at the corridor closer. And so I agree with that 100%. I do believe that we have maybe 3 or 4 places in the city that are extremely auto-dependent already. This is one of them. It's the freeway entrance. It's the truck route to the port. Maybe that increases the comments around safety. But by my count, there's nearly a dozen auto-centric businesses from the freeway to when you turn into the port, from gas station to gas station. Many of those are drive-throughs. Many of those are little drive-throughs that have been added to gas stations. We allow drive-throughs in other parts of the city. In fact, my big regret is, why don't we require housing above them? And so that's the conversation I had with, or actually we had at the end of this conversation at land use, was we need to look at, if we're going to allow drive-throughs in other parts of our community, why don't we require 2 stories of housing? Imagine if we had done that with the Starbucks or the Starbucks and the Sonic on the east side and the west side that are just standalone, big, well, I don't know if it's big box, big corporate drive-through companies, and we didn't get any of the forum that has been talked about. And so for that reason, I really came down on the side of housing in this conversation. If we're going to allow drive-throughs in our community like we already do in other high density areas, why wouldn't we here? And I think long term, besides looking at the form and function of all of the weird zoning layers in this, we should talk about where will auto-centric businesses be in community? Because one side of that coin might be, well, it's convenient for me to have a mechanic and a gas station in my neighborhood. Another side of that coin might be, we don't necessarily want you driving in your neighborhood, so we want those services over by the freeway maybe, or by the auto mall. And I think those are valid conversations long term in our comprehensive plan. But until someone shows me a path to, closing I-5 and not needing the car society that we have today, like every kind of way that we look at this, we need to just make sure that we're being equitable and that we're leaving opportunity for folks to make their properties work. And that's the reason for this request is, at least one proponent in this
region thinks, or in this zone thinks that they might be able to make a project work, I think there's a lot of questions in that. I don't know if that project that is being talked about can work, but to me that I still lean towards getting 2 floors of housing in that neighborhood over saying no to this policy request. It's hard. It's really tough. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. Councilmember Parsley.
Thank you, Council. I've been stewing on this one since it went to land use and I heard about it. And one, I want to call out Councilmember Gilman. I've wondered about this corridor. It's not very long, but we don't have a master plan for it. We already have significant potential development looming on that street that will bring cars from the freeway. Just, they will. I've also pondered why 8th Street. I know it's a bike corridor versus 5th. You can put stoplights if we need to make it a safe bike crossing. And then I've been impacted by what we just went through and why it's almost 10 o'clock at night. Housing is a real problem, and we have done everything we can to encourage housing, and we have pulled out stops that some people don't agree with to make sure housing happens. And I agree with Councilmember Cooper. Why didn't we recommend it in other locations? And if you look across the street and spend any time across the street, they essentially have a drive-through because they use the parking load and unload in the 15-minute. People will pull up, get a coffee, come back out, and leave. So we already have some of this occurring in our city elsewhere. And this is a corridor coming in. I am struggling with it because of climate change and health, and I would hope that our standards would help us with that. And then also to consider what Portland, Oregon has done. For every drive-through they have to have a walk-up and a bike-up. So it's only one side for the car, the other side for the walk-up and the bike-up. So it encourages people to use these drive-throughs for other than cars. And they're actually kind of successful, and a few old McDonald's have become coffee shops. And that it just, I think we should look at the Plum Street, and I'm going to probably reluctantly support this just because of the housing needs and the emotions that we have. And we've got 300 more units to build this year, and we're not going to get there.
Thank you, Councilmember Parsley. Yes, I think, oh, I'm sorry, did I see a hand raised out of my peripheral vision? Councilmember Vanderpool.
Sorry to cut you off. I do have a little bit of a response to that, and I do agree that we need to have some sort of master plan for this. I mean, a real struggle a lot of cities have is how do you deal with high traffic volumes coming off of freeway exits. I mean, it is a complicated thing because our freeways run through our cities, right? However, autocentric design is not compatible with dense, livable communities. It's just not. Like, if you had built 2 stories of housing above the Sonic, that area, you wouldn't leave your apartment, or you would just get in your car and leave because it's just not, it's not safe for someone walking around to go get groceries, go over to the Trader Joe's or whatever from there. It's just not, it's not a safe place for walking. And it's not just a matter of whether or not it's engineered to be safe. People have to feel safe. And if they don't feel safe, they'll just drive. And a lot of cities are challenged with this. Not an international example is in the 50s and 60s and 70s, Amsterdam was challenged with this problem where they were doing exactly what we were doing, where we were building highways everywhere. And they were pushing for more autocentric design. And there's pictures of streets in Amsterdam just filled with cars. But over time, they just decided one step at a time through their planning process to just not allow for certain types of development. And they did it over a 40-year period, and now look at where they're at. So, I mean, getting there requires one step at a time, and just saying, we need to build housing, yes, and we should be planning housing for that area, and there's an interest in housing in that area. I really think there is. I just don't think that it's the type of environment any of us would want to live in.
Thank you. So I recognize that there would be environmental impacts with this decision. And I also recognize that this corridor, as we heard earlier, is one that is already very autocentric. And in fact, you know, we had a briefing just a few weeks ago on the exclusive negotiation agreement with Island Enterprises, and this is exactly what we're talking about, where that is a project that has the potential of bringing more vehicles to this corridor. And so the idea that we wouldn't say yes to this proposal because we think that we're going to have less cars in this particular area of the city, I'm not sure is entirely thorough. You know, I think that the idea that we are somehow not being considerate of our climate goals and the things that we said we wanted to do in that area, I think that is that holds some weight to it if we're continuing to bring policies like this one consistently over the next few months and years as a body. We're talking about one particular area of the city where we would be doing this, and what we would gain from it is more housing in the city. And we know that we need to increase our development, especially if we can within the city limits. We don't have a lot of ability to develop housing, and if this is an opportunity for us to look at the corridor and in fact there are projects that are going to help us do that, then that does increase density. Councilmember Vanderpool, I think you did make some valid points about air pollution and noise pollution, and those are valid. I would even throw light pollution in there. But I think the people who would be willing to live within the city of Olympia, within our city limits, understand exactly where they would be moving. This is not something that is unheard of when people choose to live within the city limits of a city like Seattle or Tacoma. And so you know, given consideration to all of this, I would like to see us look more at what we can do in terms of a variety types of projects and development along Plum Street. And so that's why I'll be voting in favor of this proposal this evening. Councilmember Madrone.
Y'all are putting me in the tiebreaker role again. I really appreciate hearing from everybody on the council. And actually, I did watch the Planning Commission's deliberations on this, just to be clear of, you know, the conversations that they had that built into this. And one of the things that they talked about was the need for that area to have a sub-area plan or some more clear planning documents. And as we're talking about this and debating it, I think of, like, you know, something that was often said by a former city manager, that when mission is clear, decisions are easy. And to me, it doesn't feel like the mission's super clear here. And I'm really hearing what Councilmember Gilman is saying in terms of like piecemeal changes to an area when we're not sure what the future of that area is. And so, you know, we could make this change now and it could lead to something that, you know, we can't reverse very easily in the future. And so I tend to, you know I voted in favor of what came out of the Land Use Committee. I wanted to have that option on the table, but as I've put more thought into it and heard everybody, what everybody's had to say, I do think that if we are to make this kind of a change to Plum Street, it should be done in the context of a larger planning decision in terms of the future of that area. And so I'm going to vote against it. Yeah.
All right. Councilmember Gilman.
Thank you. I just wanted to seek some clarification. I heard from a couple of colleagues here that there was a connection between the drive-through and having more housing or having the likelihood of housing. And I guess what I would ask is, I understand that the applicant who asked us to amend, to make this amendment, suggested that, but did we have any other information, or do you have any other examples? I'm just not sure there's actually a correlation between a drive-through in the downstairs of a new building and the likelihood of there being housing, or there being more housing or less expensive housing within that building.
Councilmember Madrone.
So Dante, that was, sorry. Oh God, not Dante, Clark, not Councilmember Gilman. Just a point of clarification. I don't think that was proposed by the individual that put forward this recommendation. That came out through the deliberations of the Planning Commission. That was a change the Planning Commission made to what had been recommended. And the conversation they had there is like, well, under what conditions would we want to drive through? Like we would want to guarantee that there's at least more housing, and so that's the change they made. So I just wanted to provide that clarification that it was an amendment made through the Planning Commission process.
Thank you. Councilmember Parsley, followed by Councilmember Cooper.
I can see the writing on the wall. What I would say is, I think this corridor is desperately in the need of a plan, regardless of the outcome. But the plan should recognize its connection to I-5 and its corridor to the port, as well as if there's a major development that we have talked about and alluded to, there will be more cars. So in this plan, we should recognize the role of this street potentially will have. And that if we are going to do any kind of master planning, it should include our active transport that we're looking at, but also a recognition that this may be one area where we do have cars, because we have to connect to I-5, and I-5 is not going away. And if we have a major resort, there's going to be a lot more cars. And we also have to recognize that we need to incentivize housing at any cost right now, because, and we have to look at what pencils in. And the yield from a drive-through could drive housing. It's a lot higher than the rental from housing can be for a small business, just to put that out there.
Thank you. Councilmember Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Payne. And I won't belabor this because I obviously see the writing on the wall as well. I do think one of the conflicts that I'm running into is like, with at least 4 drive-throughs in the zone already, how is that fair for a local landowner that wants to develop their property and thinks they can make it pencil with a drive-through for us not to allow it? I think to me, that's a question that would need to be wrestled with even outside of this conversation. Maybe I certainly would have a pretty strong feeling of unfair policy, given that the current use of the corridor is drive-through. I mean, that's the prevailing use is automotive and drive-through. And to me, it's I know this isn't about a project, but this is about a local, I mean, the proponents that are asking for this are a local family that own restaurants and housing throughout our community. In fact, they own more housing than they own restaurants. And they have a vision and interest in having housing on their property and think that it's possible that a drive-through, which they would prefer to be local, could help make that housing pencil, whereas it doesn't with a restaurant in the property. So I just want to say those things out loud, because there is a little bit of connection to the conversation in a project, because we're talking about people with a record of being providing rental units in our community that won't be able to add to that inventory because of this decision.
Thank you, Councilmember Cooper. Councilmember Vanderpool.
Burning the midnight oil, getting there. At least Clark is. Gilman. It's getting late. We're going into evergreen rules where we use first names that are last names. So, you know, I would, after this vote is over, and this is not an easy vote for a lot of us, I would like to have that conversation about master planning around Plum Street. You know, Henderson is also there, and that's, you know, people who live in the southeast part of Olympia have a hard time. I've never attempted riding a bike down that or walking down that. That would be crazy. But I've never have. It's being near a highway scares me a little bit with a bicycle. Anyway, I would like to entertain the idea of having that conversation in the future.
Yes, and actually, I was going to say the same thing. I think that for what it's worth, I think we've all stated our positions for this evening, so we should just simply vote on this item and let the record reflect that. But understand that we are going to continue to engage as a council and as a city on what to do with this particular corridor. And so for now, we will vote on what we have before us, and with an understanding that we may very well have something before us to deliberate on and vote on again in the near future. So with that, I need a motion.
Actually, Mayor, I'd like to lean towards number 3 in our options, which is do not adopt amendments, which to me means no action is action.
I believe we're required to take some kind of action because this is this is just a process through the code
in our
being proposed.
Yes, City Manager Bernie.
Yeah, you can take option 3. That's a valid action of taking no action here. It kills it.
Oh, so we don't need to take an official vote
On option 3.
Okay, that
Right.
was I had a different understanding.
Okay, so let me clarify, and then I'll try to make that attempt. So you're saying that we would need to vote to exercise option 3?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So that I move that the council exercise option 3 in the staff packet to not adopt amendments to OMC 18.06.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes.
Sounded like a horse.
All right. Well, that concludes our official business for this evening. And considering the hour, we are going to forgo council reports. But I do just want to, first of all, acknowledge Councilmember Gilman for staying up way past midnight on the East Coast to join us and be here for this important meeting. So thank you, Councilmember Gilman. And also want to once again acknowledge our community for just thank you for the way you conducted yourselves here in chamber this evening, and we had a very robust conversation. And so with that, without further business before the Olympia City Council, we're adjourned.